going to ask everybody to please take their seats and get ready, please. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Law Amendments Committee for Monday, October 16th, 2023 to order. Welcome everybody here who are presenting today and all the MLAs. My name's Brad Johns. I'm the MLA for Sackville-Uniacke. I'll be chairing most of the meeting today. I would ask, before we get started, I'll provide an opportunity for members of the committee to identify themselves. We'll start with government side, please. MLA Sheehy-Richard.
Good afternoon, Melissa Sheehy-Richard, MLA for Hants West.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dave Ritzy, MLA for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Pat Dunn, Pictou Centre.
And I'm Steve Craig. I'm the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Laura Lee Nickel, MLA for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
I'm Ben Jessam. I represent Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Gary Burrell, Halifax, Chebucto. And Mr. Chair, when you've convened the meeting, I have a procedural motion.
Lisa LaChance, MLA, Halifax, Civil, Sable Island.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Ledge Council with us today. As usual, to my right is Gordon Hebb, and on my left is Killen Schimler. I would ask before we start that everybody please put your phones on vibrate or turn those off. I'd also like to remind everybody that anyone who's attending in the audience, please be respectful at all times. We don't seem too much of a rowdy crowd here today, but there is to be no shouting or cheering either for or against anything discussed. Remind everyone that taking of pictures by anyone other than the accredited media is not permitted. Presenters are not to use any props. If presenters have handouts for committee members, please provide them to the pages for distribution. Copies of all written submissions on the bill have been received by email up to the time when the bill is reported back to the House or in person during a Law Amendments Committee meeting. Will be given to the library staff to be posted online. Submissions received after a bill has been reported back to the House are distributed electronically to LAC members but are not posted online. All presenters here today were required to provide notification to Legislation Office that they intend to speak, so we'll be proceeding from the speakers list that was provided. The agenda listing the order in which presenters will be invited to speak is available for viewing on the corner of the table when you come in. I would ask that when your name is called, you please come forward, state your name, how you would like the committee to refer to you as, and the organization, if any, that you represent. Presentation time. If there are 8 or less speakers signed up on a particular bill, each presenter will be allowed 10 minutes to address the committee with 5 minutes of follow-up questions. However, if there are more than 8 presenters on a particular bill, 9 and forward will only have 5 minutes to present with 5 minutes for follow-up questions from committee members. I would ask that once a speaker has concluded their presentation that they would leave the room in order to allow other speakers to come in and wait their turn. And I think that's it. Before we get things started with our first bill, I would go to MLA Burrow, who...
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It looks as though the
schedule this afternoon has lots of room. Our hours are set until 6. And so in light of this, I would like to move that all presenters be given the same amount of time to present, that's aggregate between presentations and questions, and that be extended from 15 minutes to 20 minutes.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Nay. All right, so we'll move on to our first bill. Motion's defeated, and we'll move on to our first bill. Bill number 320, the Tourist Accommodations Registration Act, as amended. We have no representation for that, so I would ask for a motion to have the public hearing on that closed. MLA Sheehy Richard.
Let me see here. I move that Bill number 320, the Tourism Accommodation Registration Act as amended, be closed.
I have a motion for close. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? That's passed. Motion to refer Bill number 320, Tourist Accommodation Registration Act, back to the House. MLA Sheehy Richard.
I move that Bill number 320, the Tourism Accommodation Registration Act amended, be reported back to the House without amendment.
All those in favor signify aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carried. Moving to our second bill, Bill number 322, the Opioid Damage and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act amended. No representation. Looking for a motion to close public hearing. MLA Ritzie.
A motion that presentations on Bill number 322, Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act amended, now be concluded.
All those in favor signify aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. That is carried. I need a motion to refer that back to the House, and I would go back to MLA Ritzie, please.
I move that Bill number 322, Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act amended, be reported back to the House without amendments.
All those in favor signify aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Carried. Looking now to close public hearing on Bill number 327, Motor Vehicle Act amended. Go to MLA Dunn.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that Bill 327, Motor Vehicle Act amended, be moved back to the House. Yeah.
Closed first?
Close, yeah.
We have a motion to close Bill number 327, Motor Vehicle Act. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And I'll go back to MLA Dunn to look for a motion to refer that back to the House with no amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 327, the Motor Vehicle Act amended, be reported back to the House without amendment.
Motion on the floor. All those in favor signify aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. That is carried. Thank you. Moving in now to our next bill. It's Bill number 329, the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter and Housing in Halifax Regional Municipality Act. Both of those amended. And our first speaker would recognize the Mayor of the Halifax Regional Municipality, Mike Savage. Good morning, sir. Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here. And now I know where distinguished former cabinet ministers go to pass their time.
I was going to say, with the current and former number of councillors from HRM, we could probably have a quorum for a meeting.
Yes, we'll think of something to do. There's something on our mind. Thank you all very much. I want to acknowledge we're in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional, the unsurrendered land of the Mi'kmaq people. This legislation is unnecessary and it's harmful. This legislation is built on a demonstrably false premise, introduced with absolutely no notice or discussion. It is an autocratic intrusion into municipal affairs and completely ignores the biggest problem that it claims to address. We need housing in HRM. This is something Council has been focused on for years. Before other orders of government were even aware of the situation, our council was bringing in planning regimes, including former Deputy Mayor Steve Craig, to streamline approvals, and were approving construction against public input on many occasions. There are elements of this legislation that are welcomed and will help HRM streamline housing development, and other folks will speak to that. But by and large, this legislation is an egregious overreach and is not a solution to the housing crisis. This bill is performative and addresses a problem that doesn't exist. And as part of that regulatory solution, it enables a single person with no planning experience or any knowledge of the municipality to single-handedly approve projects, to go ahead with no requirement for accountability or justification. Consolidating power with a provincial minister, any minister of any party, erodes public process and transparency and undermines HRM's legislated mandate to deliver public service. This summer, the RBC put out a bulletin on a study they did titled "Soaring Construction Costs Will Hamper Canada's Home Building Ambitions." RBC cited high interest rates, shortage of workers, stagnant supply of materials, residential construction price index, which has soared 51% since COVID. The actions under this legislation, such as restricting HRM's ability to charge development fees, transfers those costs from private sector builders to the residents of HRM. Let's be clear, this will raise taxes for municipal taxpayers. I urge the province to focus its efforts on improving the economic conditions that are directly impacting housing availability. The common complaint when we used to approve housing, Councillor Nicholl and Councillor Craig and I, was, where will the people come from? People didn't believe we needed those housing projects. But we had a growth plan, and with our colleagues at the Halifax Partnership, we worked toward those goals. When COVID surprisingly led to a huge influx of new residents, we passed plans that we've been working on, such as the Centre Plan, which fast-tracks over 60,000 units of housing by itself. Enough housing for 150,000 people. That's one plan. We need housing. We all play a part. We at the city, we don't build it, but we do enable it. It's what we do. And right now, more than 11,000 units are completely approved. Bills paid by the developer, ready to go. But a big percentage of those are not being built. Because what we have is an issue of math, not legislation. Our development fees are among the lowest in Canada. Our processing times have been reduced remarkably. I believe that we're doing our part and then some. We've improved building capacity to enable more and easier development. We've made extensive changes to planning processes and regulations. We've done the work to upzone plans. The Centre Plan is one of the largest single upzonings in Canadian history. We've done the work. We've removed single-use zoning in all residential areas of the municipality with new shared housing regulations. We're getting permit approvals done faster and easier so the work can get done. In simple terms, we need 87,600 housing units to support our target of 650,000 people by 2030. We have 11,000 approved now and more to go. We've enabled another 250,000 housing units that can be developed basically as of right. When developers and property owners are ready to move forward, HRM will support their projects with streamlined approvals and processes. We secured $79 million in housing accelerator funding from the federal government to build 2,600s from that project alone. We funded 177 units of affordable housing being built now through the Rapid Housing Program. And our density bonusing program has created 254 units of affordable housing. We became the fastest growing large city in this country with the fastest growing downtown because HRM, with our development community, is building a city where people want to live. We've modernized plans and regulations, supported rapid housing, building of housing while working to ensure communities have the services they need to support that development. From housing to environmental stewardship to infrastructure, our plans and investments reflect the people who live here, who contributed to the public process. Our staff, our amazing staff and council use these plans each and every day to make thoughtful, smart decisions that facilitate development. Our plans do not sit on the shelf. As officials who are elected here, we are held to account by the people that we represent. We're building homes not just for today, but homes that will support families and individuals for generations to come. Complete communities with a range of housing types and options for the diverse needs of our population. We plan carefully for growth where it can ensure community livability so people have access to those things they need: transit, parks, recreation, water. 2 years ago, the government brought forward legislation to create the Housing Executive Panel on Housing. We didn't feel it necessary or correct, but we put senior people on it and worked to make it productive. In 2 years, we've heard of no issues from the government about the panel. Even the night before this legislation was introduced, the minister never indicated what was going to happen the next day. So let's be clear. Housing has been stalled for reasons that do not fall on the municipality's shoulders. Bypassing HRM as a critical partner in solving the region's housing crisis will hurt communities, compromise the region, and erode trust in the democratic process. HRM has and will continue to be a champion for communities and a partner in the mission to build housing for all of the people of HRM, for all of the people. On the day that this bill was tabled, I was sharing a podium with Federal Housing Minister Sean Fraser to announce Halifax's accelerated funding, one of the first cities in Canada to reach agreement, because the minister recognized and said that Halifax was a leader in creating housing for its citizens. I urge you to consider actions that will allow our governments to work together on behalf of community to get housing built proactively and with urgency. I thank the committee for the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much, Mayor Savage. We do have a number of questions. I would remind MLAs, as in the past, we'll allow one question each MLA, and then we'll come back if you have a second question. So I'm going to recognize MLA Nicol, please, first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that you mentioned that it's unnecessary and harmful at the beginning, and you referenced raising taxes. Is that the only reference to harmful that you were meaning, as opposed to as well including the getting the public voice quieted over the whole process and that? And also with regards to the federal accelerator plan and the rapid housing plan, those are plans that go directly to the municipality from the federal government. Do you feel that, I just wanted you to add as to why you feel that it's done that way as opposed to going through the provincial government?
Recognize Mayor Savage, please.
Thank you. So in terms of harmful, the economics of it are harmful for sure. I think it's harmful in a lot of ways. I think it's harmful in a democracy when you have this kind of autocratic imposition of will. It's not the kind of thing we see very often in Nova Scotia. We saw it with the Greenbelt in Ontario, and that had to be reversed. And that was a case of, again, false information being used to create a solution that was harmful. I don't think it helps when people don't see themselves anywhere in the process of the development of their communities. I think the biggest and most egregious example of how this is harmful is that one person has the authority under this legislation, at least as we see it so far, to say, I want this development to go ahead. That's a very, very dramatic, you don't see that very often in any country, I don't think. It contravenes every process that we have. It also means that HRM's planning staff, the professional planning staff at HRM, who have been unbelievably nimble and fast in reacting to rapid housing, to the Housing Accelerator Fund, to the Executive Panel on Housing, could go through a lot of work and somebody could bypass the whole process to go to a minister. So, yeah, and on the cost piece, yeah, for sure. I mean, if we can't, raise fees, then somebody has to pay that cost. If we can't do things that you would know, like, capital cost contributions, which we see as being very much endangered, then for a development, it could mean $20 million of work that has to be done that the municipality or the province would have to pay. Either way, it would be the public that would be paying that cost for a private development. We have amazing developers in this city, I think the best in the country. And most of them don't want to have this express lane. They don't want people to feel like they've jumped the queue. They develop good projects, and they work with HRM to get them approved, and then they build them.
Thank you. Recognizing MLA Chender, please.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us today, Your Worship. I want to go back to a question. You flagged the Greenbelt scandal, and I think at the heart of that scandal with the PC government on Ontario was opaque dealings between elected members and developers or people who stood to gain financially from decisions being made by those elected members. Do you see either with that concentration of power and/or the Trusted Partners Program, which doesn't seem to have many checks or balances, do you have a fear that that could happen here?
Recognizing speaker.
Yes, thank you for the question. Quite often, politicians will create an analogy for a circumstance they don't like. So I don't raise that lightly because it's not an exact. But what it is in Ontario, the government said there wasn't enough housing availability without the Greenbelt. That wasn't true. It's not true here in terms of this legislation. And then there was also the concern that there were people who had special access. That has to be a concern for any one of us, of any political party, of anybody who works in this community. I have a huge amount of faith in the development community of Halifax. We've been working on a Trusted Partner program, but you don't just sort of say you skip all the processes. But there are ways that we could work with people who we know build great developments. I was with a developer at his new development on Friday morning in Halifax, and the developer stood in front of us and said, I will never build a building that I'm not proud of. I will never build a building that doesn't have a bike lane in front of it and is on a bus lane, because it'll be irrelevant. So we have really good developments here, and I think most developers want that. I don't think most developers, the kind of developer who would want a special access to a minister, I don't think is the kind of people that we want building our communities. And as I say, most of the developers we have follow the rules, and they may be cranky about processes. That's the world over. But they want to do things the right way, and so do we. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing MLA Lachance with 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for being here. In your remarks, you referenced the idea that this is performative. And so on one hand, if you believe in checks and balances and governance, so you'd wonder why a minister would want all of this type of power. But on the other hand, what is the practical implication? So a minister says, you build there, great. What happens from what you understand with these changes in terms of environmental assessments, in terms of community priorities? So thinking about the conversation we previously had around African Nova Scotian communities who had set priorities for their communities, or Indigenous consultations. So it's performative. So does it actually do anything other than get in the way of process? Mayor
Savage, 2 minutes.
So I should be clear. Some of it is performative. Some of it is very direct. And I don't know how you would protect environment. How do you protect good design if one person with no planning knowledge, and the province doesn't have the number of planners that HRM would have. We have heritage planners. We have people who specialize in the natural environment. And I think those are really important things to take into account. We don't want to look back in 20 years and look at some development and say, yeah, that was built in a hurry by a new convoluted process. I don't think this legislation will stand the test of time. I don't think it will be around very long. I think it may even be this government at some point in time that says, okay, that was a mistake, because you need to have a way of building communities that represent those communities. And the best way to have that is to listen to the communities. They don't always get what they want. I hear it all the time, too much development. But you know what? People do get a part of the process, and they should.
30 seconds left, so thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I actually gave you the 30 seconds over time, so thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move now on to our next speaker.
Can I just say I gave you 30 seconds many times at council back in the day. Thank you very much, Walalia.
I would never deny that. Our next speaker I call forward would be Pam Lovelace. Good afternoon, Councillor. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon.
And I'll just get you to identify yourself and your riding for the record, please.
Thank you. Councillor Pam Lovelace, District 13, Hamas Plains, St. Margaret's for Halifax Regional Municipality.
Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Bonjour. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and be heard today. My name is Pam Lovelace, and I'm honored and privileged to represent the most beautiful district in Halifax Regional Municipality, Hammers Plains St. Margaret's. I'm also a Halifax Water Board Commissioner and a member of that Audit and Finance Committee. I sit on HRM's Environment and Sustainability Standing Committee. I'm Vice Chair of HRM's Transportation Standing Committee. Board member of Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, Vice Chair of the National Transit Management Board for the Canadian Transit Association, former Deputy Mayor of Halifax Regional Municipality, among other positions. I represent close to 30,000 constituents in my district, with twice the number of electors as my own MLA. Almost all of Hammers Plains St. Margaret's is outside the urban boundary. Yet, we are seeing immense growth, putting pressure on our transportation network, groundwater table, environment, first responders and emergency services, and our social network, including food banks. I would prefer if HRM Council had the opportunity to work constructively with the provincial government in writing amendments for the Halifax Charter, rather than a voluntold approach, which is, quite frankly, feeling a bit old and tired. It wasn't that long ago that I was sitting here explaining to you why I believe Bill 225 was inappropriate and out of line. Yet, here we are again, and honestly, colleagues, we really do need to stop meeting in this way. Collaboration and partnership are what our shared constituents expect and deserve. Last Thursday, I was shocked to find out that Bill 329 was tabled in the legislature without any consultation with HRM or Halifax Water. And as you know, HRM already has over 11,000 units currently being constructed and another 200,000 units on developable land ready to go. These housing units are all being built under the guidance of our regional plan, center plan, municipal planning strategy, which are growth plans that are enveloped by the Integrated Mobility Plan, the Green Network Plan, Halifax Climate Action Plan, and of course our Moving Forward Together plan. We like to plan intentionally at HRM with our partners. Halifax Water, Nova Scotia Power, all utilities and telecommunications companies depend on these plans so we can ensure that we're all aligned and working together and growing sustainably. Now, I know that you know that municipalities in Nova Scotia are not the roadblock to housing. Many developers who are not building to their capacity right now, they identify market forces as the fundamental barrier to building, such as labor shortages, cost of borrowing, cost of materials, ongoing supply chain challenges. The Consumer Price Index rose to a 40-year high last year and remains higher than what has ever been experienced in Canada on average over the past 4 decades. Bill 329 does absolutely nothing to address those real barriers to building more units faster. While the provincial government coerces HRM to accept this ill-informed approach of designating our entire municipality as a special planning area, our council colleagues representing smaller, rural municipalities look on with uncertainty and unease all across the province. And as the province removes community consultation from the development and HRM's collaborative community building process in this inadequate attempt to speed up housing construction, the accelerated out-migration of people and workers in rural Nova Scotia to HRM appears to be the government's plan. The proposed student housing strategy remains a myth. This inattention to the student housing crisis will result in lower student recruitment and retention for all universities in Nova Scotia and will have detrimental impacts on rural communities that rely on economic microcosm that universities generate. Enabling economic factors to shift the housing market toward affordability requires a provincial housing strategy. Well, this province has tossed that out the window. Now, as creatures of the province, municipalities are ruled by the Premier. We understand that. And in 1995, when the province dissolved all 4 duly elected councils to create an amalgamated HRM, the new regional council spent the first 3 council terms consolidating and developing the building blocks toward governance and administrative sustainability. The next decade, HRM Council worked towards economic sustainability, community safety, urban density, and now all of this work alongside our communities, our partners, our valued stakeholders, businesses, developers, and marginalized communities. It's all devalued by this legislation. The voices of Haligonians are being silenced. HRM has intentionally planned to grow, already reaching our 2030 population growth target. And our intentions are well-founded to support marginalized and vulnerable communities, including historic African Nova Scotian communities. On January 10th, 2023, Halifax Regional Council adopted amendments for my district's land use bylaw, which now require proposals for multiple unit dwellings and townhouses to be considered by development agreement in the Upper Hammonds Plains area. This is to allow for community input on higher density development in response to concerns from this historic African Nova Scotian community about its social cohesion and longevity. Is this provincial government opposed to the longevity of African Nova Scotian communities in HRM, which were originally guaranteed by the Crown through land grants over 200 years ago? Bill 329 removes the voices of African Nova Scotians and ignores this work of the African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity. The Road to Economic Prosperity Action Plan is an opportunity for all orders of government, partner organization, allies to support African Nova Scotian communities in addressing historic and systemic anti-Black racism and chart a new path towards an economic inclusion, development, sustainable growth, a strong future. What will this government achieve with Bill 329? Well, it won't initiate a simple amendment the municipality requested in June 2023, following the devastating wildfire in my district, which saw over 16,400 people evacuate, over 200 buildings destroyed, including over 150 homes and businesses. That request was to permit the municipality to offer commercial tax relief to businesses that were destroyed by wildfire. Section 71(2) of the Halifax Charter restricts HRM from granting tax concession or other form of direct financial assistance to a business or industry. Yet, the provincial government not only ignored our request, we were told that it would take far too long to make this change in the Halifax Charter, but yet here we are, colleagues. We're making amendments to the Halifax Charter, but that was excluded. Residents and businesses of HRM know that with Bill 329, the Premier has shifted the burden of growth from developers to current property taxpayers and ratepayers, as Mayor Savage has already alluded to, removed the valued voices of our community members, and facilitates the unfortunate ongoing division between residents and developers. I am grateful for the developers that we have, the home builders and all the construction industry workers who partner with the municipality. They've all stepped up to work collaboratively with HRM to address the housing crisis in an intentional and purposeful approach, considering the obstacles in our collective way, which we cannot control. But why won't the provincial government commit to being a partner with Nova Scotia's capital region? If you had asked, you would have been told that our Trusted Builder program is the reason why homes destroyed by wildfire in my district are being rebuilt so quickly. Because we work together with our partners to resolve our problems, unlike the provincial government, which is opposing this unenlightened mandate to intentionally cause imbalance in our fragile economic ecosystem and social networks. And in closing, my advice to you, and I won't use my prop, is to read award-winning regional economic development scholar Donald Savoie and learn from what he has said over decades. For many years, he had asked, and I quote, "Why has the Maritime region not developed as well as other Canadian regions, and what can we do about it?" he asked, end quote. Well, the answer is clear, because the provincial government continues to hold back our capital region from reaching our potential, and the intentional provincial meddling and destruction of the features that make our communities unique, sustainable, safe, and vibrant will result in population and economic decline. What a shame the provincial government doesn't see the canary in the coal mine. Thank you. Merci. Walaliag.
That's pretty great with 5 seconds left. Thank you very much, Councillor. I will now go to members of the committee who have questions. I'll start with MLA Lachance, please.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about the Trusted Builder program that you referenced that helped in the rebuild after the wildfires, and sort of like its scope and how it's affected by what's being proposed here.
Councillor Lovelace, please.
Thank you so much. Well, certainly, I do appreciate that question. The Trusted Builder program has enabled builders and home builders that we've been working with for decades to start working immediately. Any kind of delay in permitting or, sort of double checking, triple checking, that kind of thing is not needed when we have home builders that are already inside that program, because they know what we expect and we know what they expect. And so it truly is a partnership for them to begin building a home without actually having all the final permits approvals. That Trusted Builder program is why the homes are being built so quickly, because the developers and the builders know that they can go out and purchase those materials. They know that they're going to be able to finish that home quickly, and we can get people home by Christmas.
Thank you. Any other questions? MLA Sheehy-Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, so I have the Deloitte report that's been out for a year now, so a lot of this shouldn't be, of a surprise to HRM Council. So I'm just wondering at this point, how did you address those recommendations in that report?
Councillor, sorry, I have to recognize for Councillor Lovelace, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question. So it is a surprise, Madam MLA, because we were not consulted. So it is a surprise to our water utility, to constituents, to businesses, to developers, to regional council, to staff, and so on and so forth, that there was absolutely no consultation. So we were not able to get into a room with the provincial government to actually constructively and collaboratively address those issues that you've identified through the Deloitte. That being said, HRM has already moved forward on many of those items. That's why we have 11,000 units currently under construction. That's why we've upzoned the center plan. That's why we're building forward towards the suburban plan and finishing up the regional plan. We do that very intentionally in order to build safe, vibrant, sustainable communities rather than build anything anywhere. And on that example, in Westwood Hills, the province announced a 96-bed long-term care facility in a community just a couple of weeks before the wildfire hit. And what was very clear at that time is that putting in a 96-bed long-term care facility without adequate egress or any way for emergency services to get in and remove those folks, those people in that long-term care facility, is extremely concerning. That's why we want to be at the table, so we can speak to you about better planning and the impact to our emergency services and first responders, and also the lives and safety of those residents.
Thank you very much. I'll recognize MLA Chender, please, with 1.5 minutes.
Just following on that, and given the lack of planning capacity at the province, or now that it's, this power rests with a single minister, are you concerned about those egress issues, that kind of safety, if we approve large developments? Do you see a safety concern for residents who might live in those spaces if there isn't access to emergency or, isn't access to, water is obvious, but do you see a safety concern, particularly what happened in your community?
Councillor.
Thank you for that question. I'm extremely concerned about safety. We have legacy challenges in subdivisions that originally were designed between former Halifax County and the province, the Department of Transportation, to create roads in these subdivisions that did not connect. And so egress hasn't been a concern at the province, and clearly just recently, as of May, it wasn't a concern in identifying a location for a long-term care facility. So at the municipality, we have specialists, we have planners, we have community builders, we have an incredible amount of staff who want to build safe, sustainable communities. But when we are shut out of those conversations, we don't have the ability to forewarn or to provide input or to build a collective solution. And that's why we're in the situation here today where we don't have egress for a lot of these communities, because unfortunately, the voice of residents continues to be discounted and devalued.
And that concludes your time. Thank you so very much for coming forward and presenting today.
Thank you so much.
We'll call our next speaker, Courtney Dunsby. Hi, if you could just recognize and say your name, because I always say them wrong. So if you could say your name correctly for the record, please, and identify how you'd like to be addressed by committee members, as well as if you're here representing any groups or not. And then we'll start your time.
Sure. My name is Courtney Dunsby. I'm representing the Ecology Action Center, and you can refer to me as Courtney Dunsby.
Okay, and you have 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes for questions, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 329, to the proposed changes to the Halifax Charter and the Housing in Halifax Regional Municipality Act. It's a privilege to be up here speaking alongside our municipal leadership. My name is Courtney Dunsby, and I'm the Sustainable Cities Coordinator for the Ecology Action Center. I'm an urban planner with a background in environmental sustainability, and I've worked in policy and planning at 2 levels of government, provincial level and municipal, in the private sector, as well as now for the not-for-profit sector. My first time here was almost exactly 2 years ago to speak to Bill 63, the legislation which enacted the Joint Executive Panel on Housing. In my role at the Ecology Action Center, I lead our work on urban planning issues in Halifax Regional Municipality to be a voice for sustainable growth and fostering complete, resilient, and healthy and livable communities. I engage in formal planning processes like policy and plan reviews. I create opportunities for our membership and members of the public to learn about urban planning. I connect community groups on local planning and development issues, and I collaborate with community leaders across HRM with similar goals through coordinating the coalition known as our HRM Alliance. On Thursday, your government announced plans to take full control of planning and development in HRM by introducing unprecedented changes to the Halifax Charter and the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act. Giving the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing absolute power and discretion over planning and development in Halifax. You can understand why this wasn't a welcome announcement to us. We're deeply concerned with the unilateral authority that Minister Lohr has been given over development without any recommendation from HRM staff or the Executive Panel on Housing. This consolidation of power is lacking in both oversight and public input, and it's written in such a way that it leaves space for exploitation. We understand that the planning process isn't perfect. Trust me, it's part of my job to explain to members of the public how the planning process works. But it is democratic, and we do have access to some information, or we at least know who to ask. There are plenty of opportunities for individuals to have a say in how their communities are shaped. And in many instances, we feel listened to by our councillors and bureaucrats, many of which are sitting behind me right now. So respecting clause 13 through 16 specifically, it was housing critic MLA Braden Clark who said, your government has deeply underestimated and underplayed the amount of power this bill gives to the minister. We agree, and we implore you to strike out those clauses completely. We're also concerned with the freezing of municipal permit and development fees. The fees in HRM associated with construction and development are low compared to other cities across Canada. I myself attended the Halifax budget this past spring to advocate to increase those fees. They're an essential revenue stream for the municipality to ensure operations are funded and our communities are adequately serviced. HRM is currently one of the fastest growing municipalities in Canada and the fastest growing residential downtown. And so while this has created growing pains for the city, it's also made developing in Halifax an attractive choice. HRM should be in a position of power and flexibility more than ever before to negotiate for the type of development that we want to see, for affordable housing, for community benefits. It's a legitimate fear that without the collection of development fees, these costs will be downloaded onto the taxpayer, which has already been mentioned by the mayor. Furthermore, there was no mention of affordability or being located close to transit or energy efficiency in the province's announcement. We're deeply concerned that all accelerated developments abide by existing plans and bylaws, particularly HRM's priority plans. So that includes the Integrated Mobility Plan of 2017, Halifax Green Network Plan 2018, and the Halifax Climate Plan of 2019, among others, all of which have undergone extensive public engagement that our organization has been a part of. These are not outdated plans, but actually relatively new priorities that reflect planning best practice and the changing world we live in. If this summer wasn't illustrative enough, forest fires, flooding, hurricanes, now is the time to pay attention to these plans, to resource them, and to implement them, not to ignore them. The minister had previously reassured the public that he and the executive panel on housing would respect HRM's existing plans and processes, but this bill effectively recuses developers' need to follow the municipal planning strategy or priority plans. At least that's how we've interpreted it. It's also been said that the premier remarked that nobody wants to see plans or studies, that all they want to see is action. And while that might be true for some of your constituents, it can't be said for none or all. Speaking for myself, I would like to see thoughtful action. We continue to be engaged in every opportunity to provide feedback into formal planning processes for the municipality, including the draft regional plan, which is actually currently open for public consultation until the end of the month. It's a plan that I myself and dozens of others have pored over line by line to provide feedback on, as evident by the 8,000-word submission that's currently sitting on my desk. But don't worry, to the planners who are watching me, my submission is positive, mostly, however, endorsing many of these new policies and progressive language about building, missing middle housing, focusing on pedestrian and cyclist safety, protecting our natural environment, achieving food security, and more. This plan is a testament that community consultation can work. Some of your proposed amendments are in line with the draft regional plan, supporting reducing residential lot sizes, allowing for more dense development, and allowing for flexibility for mixed-use development, and we're pleased to see that. We also want to see progress on the suburban plan too, and maybe that's something that you could help with additionally, providing more resources. To close, I'll again acknowledge that there is a dire need for more housing in Halifax. No one is denying that. Your government has made considerable investments into non-market housing solutions in recent days, and we applaud your investments into supportive housing, shelter options, and tiny homes, many of which are collaborative projects with your federal and municipal counterparts, and we endorse this collaborative approach. But we cannot support Bill 329 in the way that it is written. It was the mayor who said that this proposed legislation is an incursion into municipal authority, undermining the public role in thoughtful, responsible planning that supports not only housing, but community livability. He went on to say that these measures could undermine HRM's ability to support affordable housing, risk their commitments to sustainability, and potentially limit access to municipal services. And I take what he says seriously. This consolidation of power is not strategic. It's not good policy or good planning, and it's not likely to solve the housing crisis in HRM. Frankly, this consolidation of power is bullying, and it has the potential for lasting consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'll now go to MLAs for questions, starting off with MLA Lachance.
Hi, thanks for being here. I was wondering if you could, you talked about the integrated mobility plan, the climate action plan. So if this bill sidesteps all of that, could you walk us through an example of what the environmental impact might be in terms of, a particular development, or what you could see happening without those plans being used?
Recognize the presenter, please.
Yeah, we've been working for quite some time to identify additional opportunities to implement those plans. The regional plan, which is currently being updated, does a very great job to update the language and the vision and the priorities in that plan to be aligned with the number of priority plans that have come out since its last update, which was in 2014. Any development agreement that goes ahead should be considered with the goals, priorities, and actions of all of the priority plans that were mentioned. For example, the Green Network Plan identifies areas that should be protected for habitat, for wilderness corridors. Halifax identifies ways to build our community to reduce our GHG emissions and then also to adapt to our ever-changing climate. And the Integrated Mobility Plan has fantastic targets that really concentrate growth into the municipality and have much stronger considerations for alternative modes of travel than the personal vehicle. And so all of these plans need to be considered very thoroughly when development agreements are negotiated. And unfortunately, if developers aren't under any need to do that and are able to sort of jump the line and go right ahead to request approval, I would be concerned that they would not be followed.
Thank you. Going to MLA Nicol, please.
Hi, Courtney, and as you represent a not-for-profit, I know it was identified earlier, the Deloitte report, and I just wanted to ask if you read that and if you felt that that was supposedly going to be the framework that we're going to base all our plans on going forward.
Recognize presenter, please.
Thank you. Yes, I have read the Deloitte report. I actually provided detailed comments on the Deloitte report to the executive panel on housing, which I believe were read and considered. Some of the recommendations of the Deloitte report were fantastic, and they were recommendations that we supported, particularly around denser housing types, reducing parking, that sort of stuff. And then there were a few other recommendations that were more of a concern to us. At onset, the Trusted Partner Program we questioned, but I do have faith that if that program is designed properly, it could improve the overall development applications that are made to the city, improve relationships between the city and developers, and ideally public trust in the development process, so long as checks and balances are in place and that there's also an equity lens on this Trusted Partnership Program to ensure that non-market housing, not-for-profit housing developers are also able to access this Trusted Partnership Program.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so very much for your time and your presentation today. Moving on to our next presenter, it would be HRM representatives, CAO Kathy O'Toole, Executive Director of Planning and Development Jacqueline Hamilton, and Municipal Solicitor John Traves. Welcome, everybody. I will assume that the CAO will start, and as with other presenters, you have 10 minutes, and then we'll follow up with 5 minutes of questions. Before we start this presentation, I have been allowing all presenters to utilize their full 15 minutes, so even if they do end their presentations a few minutes earlier, I've been incorporating that into the questions period as well. So we'll do the same as we move forward with all these presentations on this bill. And with that, I'll turn things over to our presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kathy O'Toole, and I'm the CAO of the Halifax Regional Municipality. I'm also a fellow chartered professional accountant and have significant experience in municipal and utility finance and infrastructure. I have been qualified as an expert witness on these topics on several occasions and have served on national and international committees and boards working on these topics. I intend to speak to the potential financial and operational impacts of the proposed changes. With its proposed freeze on all development charges, the bill constrains the municipality's ability to pay for growth. Halifax has one of the lowest permitting fees in the country, and the cost of facilitating development is highly subsidized by the public, and unlike other areas of the country, has very limited charges for the costs of new infrastructure needed to support growth. This is problematic at a time when growth rates are one of the highest in the country. Not all growth is created equal, and growth, especially in the suburbs, places demands on infrastructure and services, and funding growth requires partnerships from all levels of government and industry. For example, in a new growth area such as Port Wallace, the capital costs for basic infrastructure such as water, sewer, and transportation exceed $30 million. This excludes costs for other services such as a library, recreation, transit, police service, or fire service. Rapid growth rates require creative financing tools, not efforts to constrain the municipality's ability to pay for growth. Given the current unprecedented rate of growth, combined with changes to accelerate housing and increase density as a result of our successful Housing Accelerator Fund application, we need to accelerate comprehensive infrastructure plans and need to be able to ensure future developments can be accommodated or comply with those plans. If the municipality does not have this ability, then we really do not have the ability to plan for infrastructure capacity or plan how we will fund infrastructure without making it truly unaffordable for people to live here. If growth does not pay for growth, then existing taxpayers and utility ratepayers pay for the costs of new growth. Using the Port Wallace example alone, paying for just the water, wastewater, and transportation infrastructure would mean a 4% increase to municipal taxes, and that's just one development that I'm using as an example. This would impact all taxpayers in HRM, commercial and residential, urban, suburban, and rural. And don't forget, this is just the component related to water, wastewater, and transportation. The proposed changes to 236A Paragraph 1 effectively prohibit us from adjusting any existing fee, infrastructure, capital, or similar charge, or creating any new ones. Given that these fees are largely based on cost recovery, as costs increase, if the fees cannot be adjusted or new charges cannot be created to fund infrastructure for master plan areas, there are only two possible outcomes. The infrastructure does not get built and the municipal service is not available, or taxpayers will pay more. 81% of the Halifax Regional Municipality's operating revenue comes from property taxes. Unlike other cities, we do not have access to a portion of income tax or any ability to levy a sales tax. We are not exempt from the provincial portion of HST, and we receive no operating support for public transit. In what I would argue is the hardest financial environment any major city in Canada faces, cost recovery-based fees and charges are inordinately important to help fund the new infrastructure required for growth. Furthermore, how we set development-based charges aligns with best practice, is transparent, and involves a lot of consultation and review by subject matter experts. Our staff have been working actively in the executive panel on housing and working cooperatively. Now it appears there will be a three-tiered approval process and planning staff required potentially to support a review and decision-making process at 3 levels. In an environment where the labor market is difficult and affordability is a concern to taxpayers, we should all be focused on eliminating redundancy and waste, not creating additional administrative burden that does not make sense for taxpayers. Unfettered growth without plans to develop and fund the necessary supporting infrastructure or deliver municipal services will create significant public risk, public safety risk, financial risk, and environmental risk. When the minister is making decisions on which developments to approve, I hope he will be taking into consideration principles of fairness and equity and impact to communities, particularly those that are marginalized. I also hope there will be some transparent parameters or decision-making guidelines and published decisions to help ensure public accountability. I do believe it would be better to leave the authority for development to the organization accountable for the delivery of the municipal service, where there will be appropriate concerns for impact on affordability, public safety, and the environment. At the municipality, we have the expertise in our planning department. The province could set targets or goals for the municipality without actually taking on the direct responsibility. This may be the more prudent course of action. In closing, one of the reasons Halifax is the fastest growing large municipality in Canada right now is because we are a great place to live. Good planning and good management contribute to that. With the proposed changes, the ability to maintain good planning and management is severely compromised.
Recognizing Ms. Hamilton, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Law Amendments Committee. My name is Jacqueline Hamilton, and I serve as Executive Director of Planning and Development for Halifax Regional Municipality. And as an urban planner that has been practicing for 30 years in the municipal sector, it's a privilege to take part in this legislative process, as the right to public participation is central to both urban planning and municipal government. While there are aspects of the bill that support our efforts to drive housing growth, its introduction in the absence of meaningful engagement poses significant challenges for the municipality and the province to be growth ready. This bill fails to uphold Halifax's legacy of bold municipal planning which is grounded in principles of smart growth and created through extensive public process. Plans like our regional plan, which is currently undergoing review, set bold aspirations to grow our municipality by 1 million people by 2050. It will be before council in a matter of months. Our award-winning center plan was one of the largest upzonings in the country. Our suburban plan, which we are accelerating to unlock new growth areas, will help build complete communities with services and amenities to support our growing municipality. These plans strike the balance needed to enable growth and density while protecting the public interest to ensure our community remains a community of choice. The reality is, while our plans accommodate much more growth than is needed, the pace of development is not keeping up with the needs of our community. We have issued permits for 11,000 housing units, and while many are under construction, more than a third have not started due to other market factors beyond our control. Creating a veto by the minister over decisions about Halifax's growth will introduce uncertainty in our planning process and development process and fails to recognize the fundamental barriers for housing. Indeed, these changes could slow development as projects midstream may look to other options outside of our plans with new avenues to seek approval. We understand the urgency of our housing crisis, and our expert staff are working to tackle the challenges of growth, including initiatives to streamline permitting processes and to fast-track plans and programs working with the province's executive panel on housing.
1 minute.
We know we need to do more, and that's why we are doubling down on our efforts through our municipality's recently endorsed application through the federal government's Housing Accelerator program. We need an all-hands-on-deck approach to solve these barriers, and we need your support in building more affordable housing, leveraging infrastructure funding, and real solutions to address the challenges faced by industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing John Traves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been asked to speak very briefly with respect to the challenges that the senior planning staff and I have been able to, and as well as some of the lawyers in our office, been able to identify in the time. Obviously, this is without the input of council, given the amount of time we've had. We've circulated for your consideration some of these comments, and as you've been told, there are some of these which HRM recognizes are worthwhile and which we've asked for, such as Clause 1.
Mr. Traves,
I'm going to wrap it up.
I was going to say, I'm at the 10 minutes. We have 5 minutes for questions. If committee members are willing to forego the questions, I can allow you the additional 5 minutes to present. Any issues
I'll
with
wrap
that?
it up quickly.
Okay.
I have highlighted in yellow some of the quick hits in particular that we see as particularly, available to be done by this committee at this time. The recommendation, frankly, though, is that there be a pause, and so that there would be an opportunity for actual discussion around what is the intent and whether, in fact, what has been drafted meets the intent of the government. Because in our perspective, it does not, frankly. In many instances, it leads to additional red tape or delays or additional costs of development, which we believe are unanticipated. And we remain willing and obviously ready to assist in terms of tightening this up in a way which might or hopefully will avoid further problems as we go forward of this. And so we don't have to come back at it yet again. Is that fair?
Okay, so we still have 4 minutes left, so I will go to members now. MLA Jessom, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's clear the consultation was non-existent preceding the introduction of this bill. I'm wondering if any of you can provide some commentary on whether or not the government has, laid out their determination of which files will go to HRM, which files will come to the minister's office. How do we know where the applications are going to go? And secondly, just can you give us a sense of how your planning staff feel about their future in HRM, working for HRM, with a bill like this? Because I think, I know that's a tough thing to talk about, but I think that it's a fair question to get an answer to, given the autocratic efforts of this government.
Recognize the CAO, please.
Thank you. We do not know what the application process will look like. We have no idea what involvement we will have in it or the implications it will have on staffing. This has created a fair amount of uncertainty amongst our planning department staff at a time when we need to staff up. Last week the Housing Accelerator Fund was announced, and the federal government funding is enabling us to hire 29 new positions that will help us accelerate funding. I'm really concerned about who's going to want to come work for the planning department in the municipality in the current environment.
Thank you. Recognizing MLA Nickel.
Trying to keep my personal opinions to myself and trying to stay on question. The Trusted Partner Program, I believe, was in the Planning and Development business case brought forward to council. I just wanted to echo that. And whether it's because the complications with the charter, did you need to have legislative approval from the province to do such? Because now they're now mentioning this is the way forward. And I know it's in the discussions, and and you are recommending a pause to sort of look into, especially the particular clauses from 16 to 19 in that regard. So I just wanted to know, what was the anticipated plan? Where was the Trusted Partner Program at this point in time, and if it required input from the province?
CAO, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
The Trusted Partner Program is part of our Housing Accelerator Fund. We intend to set it up. We had envisioned working cooperatively with the province on it. There's actually 2 Deloitte reports. The second one is still in draft form and has not been published and made public, but it's with respect to the Trusted Partner Program. We had provided comments on it in September and have not heard back on it, but we're suspecting that that's probably what this is going to look like. But we believe what's there right now does not fully adopt what was in that draft report that was shared with us. That's one of the reasons we're looking for a pause, just so we can work through some of those details.
Thank you. Any other questions? MLA LaChance, 40 seconds.
Okay. I'm wondering if you could comment on what you think the provincial capacity is to do the type of urban planning that the HRM has.
CAO?
I believe they're heavily reliant on municipal staff at the moment. There's not a high level of internal expertise on either some of the infrastructure financing, municipal finance, or municipal planning.
All right, and that concludes your time. Thank you all three for coming and presenting today. Our next speaker, Councillor Sam Austin. And good afternoon, Councillor. I'll get you to state your name and your district for the record. You'll have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes follow-up questions by MLAs. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Sam Austin. I'm the councillor for District 5, Dartmouth Centre, and I'm happy to be here to have the opportunity to speak to you again on legislation that's come about. I wish I could say that this is the first time it's come with no notice or no consultation with the municipality, but unfortunately that's not the case. I would really like to stop meeting this way. It would be nice if we could instead be more collaborative. The mayor and HRMCO, they've already outlined, like from a broad level, some of the municipal objections. And thinking about, well, what value could I add to your deliberations today? What I want to do is I want to dive into Clause 4, that's the 236A, because I think of everything in this bill. I mean, there's a lot of issues I have, but I think that one, for me, I see as the most problematic. The whole bill is unnecessary, but it's Clause 4 that I have the most problems with. Clause 4 prevents the municipality from charging new fees. First, fees aren't just free money. They're charged to help offset the cost of new development. If HRM is restricted from charging new fees, what the government is really saying is the tax base should pay for that instead, because it's not just money that we make up elsewhere. Or as our CEO referenced, it's projects and infrastructure that then doesn't get built. We already are struggling in HRM with the growth rate that we have. Our recent budget deliberations, we had some difficult discussions about fire stations because the municipality already is pressed. To further constrain our options would be detrimental. It's a common mantra in planning circles that growth should, pay for growth, or at least help pay for growth. And if we can't recoup those costs, then it comes from elsewhere. Second, there's no evidence that the fees that HRM charges are having a negative impact on the supply of housing. Our fees are some of the lowest in the country. The one fee that, and if you're a nonprofit, the fees you pay are zero. We do not charge nonprofits who are building affordable housing. The fee that remains for a nonprofit is the Halifax water charge, which we've looked at council. We would like to waive, but we legally can't because it's governed by the Public Utilities Act. So I would suggest if the province is interested in amendments, that would be a good place to start instead. The third issue with Clause 4 concerns HRM's existing planned affordable housing programs. HRM has an established density bonusing program. It's basically a fee that's charged on large developments, and the reason why it's charged on large developments is you're creating increased value, there's more capacity to pay. It's, in some ways, it's not unlike an income tax, right? The smaller projects don't, and then as you scale up, it becomes more profitable. You pay into this a common pot for the public good. And then what we do with that money is we turn around and we invest it in nonprofits who are building truly affordable housing. This year, HRM has provided $1.2 million to nonprofits because of this program, including the North End Community Health Association, Elizabeth Fry Society, Longhouse Housing Co-op, the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia Housing Trust, St. Vincent de Paul Society, the Archdiocese of Halifax and Yarmouth, and the Dartmouth Nonprofit Housing Society. The total amount, the total impact of our $1.2 million is to help create or repair 190 96 units of truly affordable housing. This is on top of what we did in 2022, where we invested $815,000 for 85 units. So over 2 years, density bonusing has meant $2 million to our nonprofits out there for 281 affordable units. This program is delivering significant benefits, but we're not certain it can continue. Section 4 says we can't charge new fees. 236A1 says no new incentive or bonusing agreements may be created. There's a bit of ambiguity that we're still a little confused as to what the intent is, because the very next section says, you know, fees that you couldn't otherwise charge when this clause came in. But what's kind of missed is each time that there's a density bonus, it's a new agreement that we enter into. And so as the municipality, we're not certain whether or not we can actually continue to do these based on this, which would be a crying shame given the investment that's starting to flow to nonprofits. If we're able to keep our existing density program, if the interpretation there is that we can continue to enter into agreements, that's good. Where there's no ambiguity, though, in what Clause 4 will mean is for our inclusionary zoning program. Inclusionary zoning is basically where you require a certain number of units in a new development to be affordable. Basically, that cost is then spread out over other units. So there's limits as to how far you can push it, because you don't want to make everything else unaffordable to create affordable units. But it is an important tool. Our housing crisis is going to require a whole bunch of different solutions. There's not a one size, you know, if we just do this one thing, we'll fix it. Inclusionary zoning is something the municipality feels can contribute towards that. And we've been working towards it. The strange, and when inclusionary zoning has been done, like in other places, typically what is available in the program is there's a cash option, right? Because not every project necessarily, there's specific details to each one. Sometimes it's better off, it's more advantageous for the developer to say, you know what, instead of giving 2 units in this project, I'll pay you cash instead, and you can create those units elsewhere. If we're still able to do inclusionary zoning in terms of requiring units, which I don't know whether we will be or not, because whether or not that's considered a cost. One thing is very clear: we will not be able to offer to the developers that option of paying cash instead of providing units, which would make inclusionary zoning in Halifax the most inflexible inclusionary zoning program in the country, which is maybe not the outcome we were all intending. The strange irony is that it's that this government in the fall of 2021 that finally okayed inclusionary zoning. It was an ask that we had of the province for quite some time, and it was finally enacted, and there's much celebration at City Hall for the new government to do that for us. And so then our planners have gone off and they've consulted with industry, and we've spent a year and a half working on this, bringing it forward to council, getting ready to make this a real program. And here we are. It's going to be blocked by this new bill. Is that really what we were intending to do? I mean, this feels like a colossal waste of everyone's time and effort. Since we weren't consulted on this bill and we had no chance to make any kind of representations about density bonusing or inclusionary zoning, part of me is really wondering, is this all a big mistake? Was this the government's really intent? Did the government mean to block investment in truly affordable housing in order to reduce the cost for for-profit development? Is that really the intent, or is this a mistake born out of ignorance, since no one bothered to talk to the folks who actually work on this every day? And if it is a mistake, given the partisan nature, and I sympathize greatly with all of you for the dynamics that you all have to work with on that, given the partisan nature of provincial politics, will we actually be able to admit if it is a mistake and fix it? Or are we kind of stuck with it? I hope if it is a mistake, that we can, and that there's the ability still to amend this. We don't need this bill, but if you're going to do this, let's at least strike out 4E. 4E will restrict HRM from funding nonprofits that build and operate truly affordable housing, the kind of housing that is particularly needed right now. The folks in the 20-plus tents I walked past on my way down here this morning in Grand Parade will not find a home in market housing. Many of them need deeply affordable housing, the kind this bill will make it harder for HRM to provide. So I would urge you to really look at Clause 4, particularly 4E, and think about amending that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do know that we have at least one MLA with questions, so I'll go to MLA Chender, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor, for being here today. I really appreciate your comments, and I know a lot was focused on Clause 4, but I guess I want to pick up where you left off, because what we've heard today is we know that we have this housing deficit. I think the mayor mentioned of 87,000 units. That's actually higher than the kind of CMHC number we've been working with, but makes sense based on the population targets of this government. We know that the CCPA has a number of 33,000 that need to be affordable. And so by affordable, I think, as you're alluding to, non-market, like the market is not going to build these affordable units on their own, nor should they be expected to, frankly. We've heard a lot so far about this bill that will inhibit the municipality's ability to aid this affordable housing. So whether it's these agreements, if we can't go forward with the bonusing, whether it's the inclusionary zoning, is there anything in the bill that you see that would help us get to more affordable housing for the people who really need it?
Councillor Austin.
No. Maybe, I mean, there's a few things around process streamlining that we are actually in favor of. You know, maybe there's a tangential sort of benefit because a nonprofit has to go through our planning processes as well. Maybe there's an outside benefit to some nonprofit that's applying that might come into play, but not really, no.
MLA Nicol for a question, please.
Thank you. So I wanted to give you more time to speak on the density bonusing and the inclusionary zoning. You said that 1.5 years has been spent with our planners to sort of come up with a plan. And I'm trying to get to the whole governance piece of it, because the whole point of the task force that was created was sort of to be that conduit between the province and HRM. So where is that actually at right now? And the fear that you said of, you know, this could block it from going any further in that regard. So I just wanted to get like where are we at with that right now?
Councillor Austin.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. So our staff have come back to our council, and council's given direction indicating that we want to move forward with an inclusionary zoning program. It was at a high level, right? We're still going to come back with the details. And, you know, it's kind of that piece of like, do you take units? And if you're going to allow people to spend money to instead of units in lieu, what does that framework look like? This would simplify some of that framework because it would just be not allowed, which is, I think, would be harmful to industry and harmful to the program and might scuttle the whole thing.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any other questions? Thank you so much for your time. Moving on now to our next presenter, Councillor Way Mason, please. Nice to see your smiling face, Councillor. If you would identify yourself for the members who don't know you, and for anybody at home for the record, and once you finish doing that, you'll have the 15 minutes, 10 minutes to present with 5 minutes to follow up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Way Mason, Councillor for District 7, Halifax South Downtown. Didn't think this would be my first meeting after a week recovering from COVID, but here we are. Forgive my voice. Good afternoon. So the province has introduced Bill 329, legislation, to quote from the press release, intending to speed up housing builds in Halifax. That sounds great, right? That sounds great. Speeding up housing builds is indeed one of the two ways that government can help address the unfolding catastrophe of the national housing crisis, a disaster that has been shaped by policies from all levels of government for decades in the making. However, Bill 329, the province has not provided any analysis or data about what is actually slowing housing builds in the city. We're making laws based on guesswork. Since taking office in 2021, the province has set aside the Affordable Housing Commission report that it committed during the election to complete in favor of a new affordable housing strategy that is now stalled. This bill is the equivalent of yelling surprise at some kind of sad birthday party, popping out of the cake with legislation born with no plan, with no substantive evaluation, no real ability to measure its progress, and no way to tell if the actions that are proposed are helping or are in fact harming. Bill 329 is a stab in the dark. I know that Haligonians and Nova Scotians see this crisis as too important to just throw policy spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. Our people deserve collaboration and measured action, not authoritarian dismissal of Halifax's significant efforts to modernize planning and to improve our development systems. I want to share some uncomfortable facts with you. In HRM, the governing party received 50,000 votes in the last election. By contrast, the councillors collectively won over 60,000 votes. Mayor Savage won, amazingly, over 100,000 votes, almost twice the governing party. I'm saying this because it seems that many in the government and in the public are questioning Halifax Council's mandate, and I would say our mandate is unambiguous. Halifax Council has a clear endorsement to do what we do every day, plan for strong and safe communities for all of our residents. Indeed, Halifax Council has a far greater claim to represent those interests than any other order of government when it falls within our mandate. And yet, many MLAs and ministers appear to question HRM's legitimacy out of hand. This legislation is a demonstration of that dismissal. The introduction of this legislation from start to finish proves it. Minister Lohr called the mayor the night before it was introduced to tell him the bill was coming. Minister Lohr provided no content, no hint to what was in the bill. Minister Lohr and his government have engaged in zero consultation on the proposed legislation and allows HRM to see the bill only in the bill briefing. Law Amendments meets today before Council meets tomorrow. We will not have a chance to debate this before you make your recommendation. Why, in the face of evidence and against convention and utter common sense, does the province continue to announce major legislative changes without so much as consulting with the municipal partner? Why is the province micromanaging HRM's land use planning? Why are you micromanaging our development permitting and other related processes? Why is the province repeating the acrimonious debacle of Bill 225? That was another example of the province slamming down heavy-handed and poorly written legislation, giving the minister unusual power, again in the name of speeding up housing builds in Halifax. And Bill 225 caused damage, rancor, distrust to the important relationship between Halifax and the province. And ultimately, what did it achieve? Nothing. It's never been used. The bylaw for which it was brought before the House and adopted by the government was not overturned. And here we are again. All Nova Scotians in their jobs and in their volunteer work who care about getting things done learn to mitigate the harm from co-workers who railroad projects. HRM seems to be thrust into this role more and more. Municipalities have the staff, expertise, and experience to manage planning and to build communities. To sideline, ignore, and belittle this expertise just gets in the way of solutions. It does not serve our citizens. Nova Scotia deserves measured progress with intention and, frankly, we agree, with speed. But that is because what we see in the streets right now isn't acceptable to any of us. There are 200 people living in tents in Halifax. Most of them are in my district. There are 1,000 people at imminent risk of homelessness. I got to repeat it, 200 people living in tents right now in Nova Scotia. 1,000 people at risk of homelessness. I think about this throughout the day, every single day. Halifax has been waiting for more than 2 years for this government to follow through on its commitments to work collaboratively with us and create a housing strategy. I and my colleagues on council have worked tirelessly to get sustainable, workable measures and solutions in place. We feel like we're running a marathon, and we will get there. We can do this. But many days, especially a day like today, it feels like the province is tossing out its leg to trip us up. Many of you may be thinking, well, if the city knows what to do, why don't you just shut up and get the work done? There are still people in tents, there are still people suffering, there are still families without homes. And I want to be clear here in a way that the province would probably prefer that I'm not. There are two separate issues happening here. And the province likes to keep them mixed up in the public's mind, and I know that. But the first is that we need more affordable and deeply affordable housing and shelter, and that issue is entirely provincial. That's the rules. It's your legal jurisdiction. Only the province is responsible to ensure that affordable housing is built and funded. Despite being on the ground and dealing with so much of the suffering and so many of the problems firsthand in our parks and in our streets, HRM has no real levers to pull when it comes to building and funding affordable housing. Years into this crisis, the province has barely moved the needle. Municipal parks have become the location of last resort and the face of this provincial failure, and the evidence is all around us. We have children living in tents, leaving in the morning to attend school. So we need a plan. Please, we need a plan. We must have a solid emergency strategy to build thousands of units now and an ongoing plan to ensure the amount of affordable housing grows as our population grows, which it will, which it should. We want that. But only the province can lead this work. That leads to the second issue. The second issue is the matter at hand, Bill 329, the speed of building new housing. This is about approvals, sure, but it's also about labor supply and interest rates and construction, as you've heard today. If the goal is to get housing approvals completed as fast as possible and to address the systematic problems that show housing construction, the best way to do this is to collaborate and create a plan. The minister has the power to mandate his goals and a timeline for HRM to do that job publicly in the full light of day. There is no need for this to be done behind closed doors. There's every reason for a thorough, evidence-based, public and accountable discussion that puts all our cards on the table. There is no reason for a shoddily conceived backroom deal leading to legislation sprung on the city at the last minute. Action without a plan is just a wish. Doing better requires the province to pull back on Bill 329. We need a pause on this legislation. I don't think democracy and transparency is ever too much to ask, and certainly I don't feel that today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Councillor Mason. I do have a number of questions. I believe it was Melissa Sheehy-Richard was my first hand.
I just want to get my head around this, you know, your comment about micromanaging. I mean, you're acknowledging we're in a housing crisis. We're in an unprecedented time. So, you know, more and more developers are appearing before Utility Review Board. The recommendations have been out for a year. So I guess I'm just trying, like, to your knowledge, has our provincial staff spoken to your municipal staff? And also, what do you then consider is the most priority within that report?
Councillor Mason.
So you're speaking of the Deloitte report? The Deloitte report only consulted with developers and did not consult broadly with civil society and didn't consult with the municipality. So I question the validity or value of the report. So that's a baseline. What do I think is important? We need to have more frictionless and faster approval processes that are public. The solution to that is not to give one man the power to make decisions out of the light of day.
Okay. I'm sorry. Was that your question, or was that the end of your answer?
I'm sorry if I missed. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry if I missed part of the question.
Just if you.
MLA Sheehy-Richard, please.
If, to your knowledge, if our staff has, provincial staff has spoken to your municipal staff and what your opinion of it was. So you sort of addressed that you don't agree with any recommendations in the report, I guess, but to your knowledge, how do you?
Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I agree with some of what's in the report. I'm just saying the report is not the Bible, right? It's not complete, and all the proposals in it are not as valuable as others. Our staff talk all the time, but again, they didn't talk about this legislation, right? This legislation came to us in the bill briefing, and you want to contrast that with what happened with the federal government with the Housing Accelerator Fund, where we got a letter from the minister, we had time to discuss it at council, we had robust public conversation. There were both conversations between our staff and politicians with the federal level and the municipal level, and then we sent our letter, which proposed a different way to do things to achieve the minister's goals, which was accepted. That's the kind of thing we'd like to see happen with the province.
MLA Chender, please.
Thank you. It's interesting that the member opposite keeps raising the Deloitte report when there, to our knowledge, is a housing report and a housing needs assessment that not only haven't been released, although we do know they've been written, but now the Premier has said he will not release them. And so I want to go back to your comment about this being a stab in the dark, because I liked that analogy. Is it problematic to you that we haven't seen any iteration of the issue, and then we get a solution sort of in search of a problem here? And is that report something that you think you and your colleagues would see value in, that would kind of help guide your way forward?
Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. The affordable housing strategy being completed, you mean, as a report? Well, yeah, I mean, so in 2016, the province, the feds, and the municipality, led by Mayor Savage and his staff, completed the housing and homelessness report. And honestly, I'm embarrassed because, you know, both the mayor and myself thought, all right, we did it. We've got a housing and homelessness report. It's got goals and things are going to happen. Nothing happened. What we need is an action plan to actually move on what's in there. The Deloitte report's fine. It talks about some process stuff, and some of it I agree with and some of it I don't, but that doesn't address the dire need to invest in affordable housing stock, which is something that we've known since 2016, before the current crisis, that was identified in the housing and homelessness report.
MLA Lachance.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask you, you know, given all of this, like, what could or should the province do? Like, where should the province be acting? I mean, you talked about affordable housing and support for people who are living in inhumane conditions. And I know from our office, you know, we spend hours on the phone every day with DCS trying to fight for people to have access to what they need to live their dignified lives. But, you know, if you had been consulted, what would you say, what would have been your wish list for the province to undertake?
Councillor Mason, 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. You know, the municipality is on the front line of the crisis, but we don't have control over what is needed to resolve the crisis. We are responding, but we're not able to actually house the people who are in the parks. And so, to me, both in the short and long term, it was great to see the reversal of government to say that they're going to do 220 units of affordable housing, where just a couple months earlier they had said they would never do such a thing. We need 1,000 of those right now, and they need to be rapid housing along that kind of model. We need to be talking about modulars. We need to be talking about tiny homes. We need to be talking about, you know, 300 or 400 of those pallet shelters would not go amiss right now in Halifax, so that we get people out of tents, so that we can say there's no more tenting in parks, and that people are actually in dignified, safe housing. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. The province has hundreds of millions of dollars. It just had a $1.5 billion budget swing. That's more money than the entire HRM budget. But further to that, and to go back to what the MLA across the way said, it's hard for me to put into words how frustrating it is after 11 years of being here that I can't get a meeting with the Minister of Housing. I have about 150 people living in tents in my district, and I can't get a meeting with John Lohr. I asked him publicly if he'd meet with me because he'd been avoiding my emails and calls, and he said no, he won't meet with me. It's a matter of public record now. And I've met with every other Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the last 10 years. I got Sean Fraser on the phone within 10 minutes of us getting the letter about the Housing Accelerator Fund. You know, I went and sat with Andy Fillmore. I was in Ottawa when we got the letter. I went and sat with him right in front of the Parliament in some of those Adirondack chairs. The fact that we can't have a politician-to-politician discussion means that staff are talking about, this is what my political masters told me I have to do, but we can't identify to the politicians. Here's the problem, as I see it. If we change policy, we could solve it better. We're not able to have those discussions in Nova Scotia right now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. 17 seconds left, so I would like to thank you very much for coming forward, and thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our next presenter, please. Councillor Lisa Blackburn. And good afternoon, Councillor. Nice to
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee.
So if you would just identify yourself for the record, as well as your district, and then you have the 15 minutes, 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes to follow up, whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. My name is Lisa Blackburn, and I'm the councillor for District 14 in the Halifax Regional Municipality. My communities include Upper and Middle Sackville, the historic Black community of Lucasville, and Beaverbank. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to speak here this afternoon. It is important that the voice of the municipalities is heard at this time as the province moves Bill 329 through the process. Now, I'm usually the kind of gal who likes to stick to her knitting and not poke my nose in other business, especially the business of other orders of government. But every now and then something happens, and for the very first time, I've signed up to speak before the Law Amendments Committee. Actually, this is the first time I've ever spoken at any committee of the legislature. When I was elected to Municipal Council in 2016, I went into the job recognizing that as a municipality, HRM exists at the pleasure of the province. Even with that understanding, the announcement of Bill 329 hit me like a gut punch. It felt like the years of work of hundreds of people was being discounted in the worst way possible. It felt like my voice and the voice of thousands of my constituents was being taken away. Data is what makes the world go round. It's what confirms our assumptions or disproves our theories. Nowhere in this legislation do I see proof that this bill will create a single unit of housing or speed up the process for getting a house or to get housing approved. HRM is now, even without this bill, at a place where building permits can be churned out in about 14 days, and our fees charged to developers among the lowest in Canada. This does not seem like a barrier to construction, unlike things like high interest rates or labor shortages, both of which HRM has no influence over. Now, while it would be easy to focus on the disrespectful political overreach or authoritarian nature of this bill, I'm going to concentrate on the ramifications for one small community that I'm very familiar with, Beaverbank. Beaverbank is a suburb of Lower Sackville and greater suburb of Halifax on provincial Route 354. It has a population of approximately 13,000 to 14,000 people and growing. Beaverbank Road is the only road into and out of the community. And as such, HRM has put a pause on development in the community. Despite this, as of right development has been able to continue, and it's led to 5 apartment buildings and a 250-home subdivision, all currently under construction. This single-lane road is at capacity. In the late 1990s, a provincial connector road was promised to the community, known as the Beaverbank Bypass. Its purpose was to provide a second exit out of the growing community. Well, by 2007, that provincial project was dead on the vine, despite provincial reports showing a clear need for access to Highway 101. Since then, Beaverbank has made it to the provincial list of communities most at risk from wildfire, and we are extremely vulnerable if an evacuation of the community is ever needed. And now we face Bill 329, which means development can be greenlit for anyone at any place. All that's needed is a trip to the minister's office and a project can move forward, likely without consideration of all the impacts on existing infrastructure. We can't be so focused on fixing one problem that we create an even bigger one in the process. This is not community building. This is just building structures. Growth without infrastructure to support it is dangerous. Since my time on council, we have built a solid framework of community building. The Green Network Plan in Halifax, which oversees our response to climate change. The Moving Forward Together Plan, which outlines our transit response to a growing city. And the Regional Plan, which directs how development will be managed, are now all in jeopardy with Bill 329. Every one of these plans were the subject, or the result rather, of thousands of hours of work from hundreds of subject experts that we have on staff and input from thousands of HRM residents. All well thought out plans, the decisions that in no way were made on a whim. Some of these plans have actually been recognized throughout North America as innovative and progressive. As the largest municipality east of Montreal, we have proven our abilities and we deserve more respect. At the start of last week, I was filled with such hope as the province announced solid plans for a tiny home community, pallet structures, and a plan for RVs to winter at Shuby Park. This is the type of emergency housing we have been begging the province for, and thank you for that. But by the end of the week, we had the carrot, but felt the slap of the stick across our faces with the introduction of Bill 329. If you were to drop by the tent community currently in place at the Sackville Correctional Ball Field and speak to the residents there, they'll tell you that permit fees, a housing task force, or developer express lane is not what is going to get a roof over their head. An apartment with rents tied to their income is what they need. This is something HRM does not have the ability, the authority, or the funding to do. I would hate to think that the decision behind Bill 329 was political, but the data is starting to indicate otherwise. I fear that Bill 329 will not house people any faster. It will take time for much of what the bill enables to become reality, and with no guarantee that those who need the housing the most will be able to afford it. All of this leaves HRM holding the bag and no authority to fill it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And we do have a couple of questions. I'll recognize MLA Nicol, please.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn, for articulating very well the pressures that HRM is facing. I was going to had a question for Councillor Mason prior to, so I will ask you the same question. As we know, the regional plan is a 25-year document on growth management, and Councillor Mason was questioned as to whether developers have input. Do developers not have input through the regional plan process? And also, do you feel that now that we are finally HRM, the center plan is done, and you are publicly consulting the areas that you just articulated, the area that I live in that we had waited a long time for? Do you feel the public will be apropos to providing input to the areas now being consulted if they feel that the province is just going to override their decisions?
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you to the MLA. Yeah, I mean, the regional plan, one of the main features of it is consultation. Consultation from all sides, community, nonprofit, developers. It is being written right now in the voice of the community. It is being written right now with the community in mind and the community as the focus, and that community includes the developers. So yes, the development community is certainly very much at the forefront of the consultation that's going on.
Recognize MLA Jessam.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for being here today, Councillor Blackburn. I wanted to start by amplifying your message here that is glaring, certainly from someone in a neighboring, or I guess overlapping catchment. The growth of our communities without infrastructure to support it is dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous, and to this point in time, our Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has not provided zero context as to how that fundamental piece is going to be addressed. The only thing that we have some certainty over is that there will be a closed-door procedure for development to take place approved outside of the process to ensure that infrastructure keeps up with the houses that get built, the multi-units that get built. It's a terrible, terrible, unconscionable situation for us to be enabling. And with respect to the people sitting around this table, we've got councillors sitting at this very table, former councillors sitting at this very table, and they'll have to make a decision on whether or not this is an appropriate measure by the government.
MLA Jessam, is there a question?
My question is there anything that the city has received since this bill was introduced that would lend itself to the province being thoughtful about infrastructure and emergency services development related to approving developments?
Councillor Blackburn, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to the MLA. There is nothing in this bill that I have read that indicates the infrastructure support will be there. And there is nothing that I am aware of. There's been no contact that I am aware of to our CAO or our executive management team to discuss the needs, the infrastructure needs that will arise as a result of this. You know, I chose to focus my attention today on the community of Beaverbank because, you know, I mean, our motto is people together with nature. And I got to tell you, during the wildfires, that disaster in late May, June, a lot of people in Beaverbank sat back and said, "There, but for the grace of God go I." Because, as I said, it's one road in, one road out, no solid plans to beef up that infrastructure. And again, it is a provincial route.
Thank you. I recognize MLA Chender, please.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I guess I want to come back at that same question and just launching off of what you just said. In your presentation, you mentioned that long promised connector to the 101 and how important that is. I think it's really worthy of note, and we talked about this with Councillor Lovelace as well, that you know, when there are conversations around immediate need, not just for road infrastructure, but schools and all wastewater, all the other infrastructure we need, there's sort of radio silence from the province. We can't open the charter, it's too hard, and then we get bills like this. But back to the roads, I mean, I think we are still, and I know people in your community and in MLA Jessum's community are still reeling from yeah, well, and you know, I think in all of HRM and all of the province really we are still reeling from the realities of climate change and the way that that manifested in terms of the fires and the floods. And if that's not a lesson in how we build, I don't know when the province gets the message. And so my question in particular to the human life aspect of that is, do you think it's reckless to put this amount of power in the hands of the government without tying it specifically in this case to appropriate egress for communities that, you know, may be over capacity, may be impacted in the event of a natural disaster?
Councillor Blackburn, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you to the MLA. I think reckless is a perfect word to discuss, to use to describe this. You know, as I said, there's no data supporting evidence that consolidating the power for housing, for all of housing and development in one person's office, I mean, it does not make sense. It doesn't make sense, and you're right, it is absolutely reckless.
Any other questions? 30 seconds left, so thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
We move on to our next presenter, which will be a virtual presentation. We just want to confirm that
Hello.
Hi, we'll be right with you in just a second.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Mayor. How are you today?
Very well, thank you for asking.
Good. So we will, for the record, if you could introduce yourself and if there's anyone that you're representing, and for the record, your complete name.
Sure. Brenda Chisholm-Beaton, Mayor of the Town of Port Hawkesbury. Today I'll be presenting in my capacity as President of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities.
Okay, thank you. You're going to have 10 minutes to speak, and then we'll allow 5 minutes for questions from our members. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Minister Johns and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill 329. My name is Brenda Chisholm-Beaton, Mayor of the Town of Port Hawkesbury, and of course, speaking today as President of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, which is the legislated voice of all 49 municipalities in Nova Scotia. I would like to share some comments and concerns on behalf of the NSFM Board of Directors. I will also pose some questions that we as an NSFM board hope you will contemplate before Bill 329 goes to third reading. My remarks will focus on 3 areas that municipalities deem critical to their success and essential to helping find solutions to the many significant challenges facing our province and indeed our country. These 3 items are municipal autonomy, collaboration, and consultation. Municipally elected officials are leaders in their communities. They are decision makers in the level of government of proximity to the people, and they have been elected by the same people that voted for you, our provincial MLAs. The MGA and Halifax Charter give municipalities a mandate to make decisions in the best interest of their communities. They are the experts from ongoing consultation, from the design and implementation of localized strategies and plans, and all with the guidance and advice of experienced and professional municipal staff. Unfortunately, Bill 329 ignores all of this. It will enable the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to bypass public and municipal consultation, and it will centralize authority to one person, essentially overriding the wishes of the public who voted municipal council in, and the work and experience of municipal council and staff. This should be a cause of concern for absolutely everyone. Bill 329 is a major step backwards for municipal autonomy. Of course, we understand the urgency around the need for more housing across the housing spectrum. Municipal elected officials get calls daily. We know better than anyone the impact the housing crisis is having on our province and on people who are here and people who want to be here. I believe people are one of the most important resources in our province, and growing our population is certainly key to our economic growth and future. Further, meeting our current and future housing needs will require all hands on deck, from all orders of government, from all stakeholders, and of course, from the people themselves. Many of you will be familiar with the One Nova Scotia report. It came together at the request of the Government of Nova Scotia with a mandate to develop a 10-year plan to help achieve the ambitious goals set out in the report of the Commission on Building a New Economy, commonly known as the Ivany Report. The fundamental message of One Nova Scotia is that we all need to work together. We must work together to grow our population and to generate higher levels of economic growth. We are making progress, and isn't that wonderful that our population in Nova Scotia is growing? Part of these growing pains are challenges with housing, among other things. Again, following the fundamental message of One Nova Scotia, solutions lie in our shared responsibility to work together collaboratively. To be successful, we need positive working relationships between our municipal order of government and the provincial order of government. Unfortunately, Bill 329 does not fit within the fundamental principles of collaboration, nor is it reflective of the spirit of One Nova Scotia. This bill was not created in collaboration with HRM Council. In fact, HRM and the NSFM learned the details of this bill only after it was introduced in the Nova Scotia legislature. For NSFM, this is a step backwards in a relationship we felt was strong and getting stronger. Having spent almost 2 years working in very close partnership with the province on a new memorandum of understanding, we are disappointed to not have been consulted on this bill. Premier Houston once said, "Don't come to me with problems, come to me with solutions." NSFM and our municipal members want to be part of the solutions, including housing. But you need to bring us to the table because, trust me, we have a lot to offer. Thus, as far as Bill 329 is concerned, NSFM sees it as an override of municipal autonomy, as a bill that was written without consultation, which is a requirement of the Halifax Charter, and lastly, as a bill that was written without collaboration. So we are left with a few questions in our effort to understand what happened and to help steer this relationship in the right direction. First question, will the government commit to proper consultation before introducing any bills that impact municipalities, such as Bill 329 with HRM? Number two, how do we ensure future legislation is drafted in collaboration with municipalities? Number three, how do we ensure municipal autonomy is respected now and into the future for HRM and for all municipalities? And lastly, will the government work with NSFM to determine a better path forward to strengthen the critical relationship between our two governments, especially when that relationship is challenged? To close my remarks, I want to say very simply that we are all on the same team. We are all one Nova Scotia, working on behalf of the same people who elected us all. We are all united in our desire to build the best province possible with thriving, inclusive communities that meet everyone's needs, regardless of age, level of ability, or socioeconomic status. As your teammate, we ask that you respect our autonomy as local governments. We ask that you consider the value to be had in working as partners. And finally, that you see value in consulting with and collaborating with municipalities as well as other stakeholders. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before law amendments.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mayor. And we do have at least one question. I'll recognize MLA Nickel, please.
Thank you, and nice to see you, Mayor Chisholm-Beaton. Hail to my hometown of Port Hawkesbury. I just wanted to ask, and thank you for your presentation, you mentioned a lot of good things, but I just wondered where the discussion is with the NSFM and the province with regards to the memorandums of understanding with all 49 municipal units. And from your position with the NSFM, are some of the 49 municipal units financially struggling right now due to budgetary pressures?
Recognize the Mayor, please.
Thank you through the chair to the MLA. Thank you for your question. So certainly there was a mention of the work that was being done collaboratively with regard to the memorandum of understanding. And as far as I know, through that consultation phase, there have been lots of feedback that have been given to the province, and as I understand it, the decision lies in the province's hands, and also the decision to work with municipalities. There are potentially, obviously, the HRM will be working separately on a memorandum of understanding, and as to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been a decision with regard to the CBR. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go to MLA LeBlanc, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Chisholm-Beaton. I'm interested in the comment that you made reminding us all that in the Halifax Charter, collaboration is required according to the Charter. And I'm wondering if you see any path forward, if this bill passes in its current state, which I think most of us in this room would like to see not happen, but if it does, Is there a path to a charter challenge on this? And do you think that that is, like, has there been discussion about that? Is that where we could end up with the province and the HRM in a legal battle over this bill?
Recognize the mayor, please.
Okay, thank you through the chair to the MLA. Thank you for your question. Certainly the NSFM would need to have more fulsome conversations with HRM Council. We do have some members that are represented on our board, but also would be important to have conversations with all of the Council of HRM with regard to what those potential impacts could be should this bill receive third reading and pass. I wouldn't want to make any assumptions until we would have the opportunity to have those conversations with the HRM members.
Thank you. Recognize MLA Hanson for a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, as well representing all of the municipalities through NSFM. My thoughts are many, but one of them is, so from what I've heard is that you've built, you felt like you were building a good relationship over the 2 years, working towards an MOU and feeling like you had a really good collaborative conversation with the province, and then this happens and you didn't have any idea or any thought, as well as other councillors and municipal bodies didn't have an understanding of what was happening. So my thought is, do you feel like this bill will do anything that it is proposed to do without any data, without any information, without any analytical information, by just giving the minister all of the power to do whatever he would wish?
Mayor Chisholm-Beaton.
Thank you for the question through the chair to the MLA. Certainly there were all kinds of the questions that you posed, but also in some of the presentations I had the advantage of hearing prior to speaking and addressing you all here today. There are definitely similar questions that many on the HRM Council do have in terms of what is the logic behind that, the granting the authority to override municipal planning, etc. So certainly it does, from our perspective as an NSFM board, it's an overreach of our municipal autonomy. And at this point in time, I can't really say as to what advantage that would give.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your presentation today, Mayor. Thank you. It was nice to see you.
Thank you so much.
On now to our next speaker. Just before we do that, I would point out for committee members that was our 8th speaker. We'll now, as we have previously, speakers going forward on this bill will now have 5 minutes to present, with 5 minutes for questions for follow-up. And as the previous 8 speakers, I will allow any speakers coming forward to use that 10 minutes how they seem fit. So if they recognize MLA LeBlanc.
Thank you. This may have been discussed before I joined the committee, but I feel it was. Oh. Well, I'm just going to get on the record and say I think this rule is it's unhelpful for democracy, and I think that every person who has made their time to come here, carved out time in their very busy schedules to come here to talk about this bill and try to make it better deserves to have the same 15 minutes that everyone else does. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and the committee continues to move forward as it has since I started chairing 2 years ago. So with that, we will bring forward our next speaker, HRM Councillor Patty Cottrell. and welcome. Nice to see you today. If you would just recognize, state your name as well as your district for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to present with 5 minutes follow-up questions by members. And as soon as you're done your introductions, I'll start your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Patty Cuddle. I'm an HRM counselor for District 11, which is Spryfield, Sambro Loop, and Prospect Road. Thank you to members of Law Amendment Committee for being here to listen to us today. Like all of you, I am a duly elected representative. I'm an HRM counselor. I am a water commissioner. I am chair of community planning and economic development, and I hold a master's degree in urban and rural planning, among many other things. I believe we are all here because we respect the democratic process, believe in the ability to make a difference, and are committed to represent the interests of the people we serve. Similar to the mandate the Conservatives share on their website, HRM Regional Council also expects governments at all levels to answer to people for the decisions we make. HRM wants to pass on a natural environment to future generations that is in the same or better condition than the one we inherited. And HRM works hard to be accountable to the citizens and, importantly, to listen to the people. In Canada, we have 3 orders of government, each with different areas of responsibility, and it is accepted that municipal governments run cities, towns, and districts, which include planning and development and local land use. If Bill 329 passes, it disregards the process we have in place to ensure the public have a voice. It will further diminish faith in the democratic process at a time when we need to be strengthening and protecting our democracy. When the democratic process breaks down, the legitimacy of the decisions made by the government will get called into question, as well as the interests that government serves. This should be a concern to us all. It exemplifies the very definition of bullying, unwanted and aggressive behavior that aims to dominate and intimidate through a position of power. Let's think about that. Beyond the insult to our democratic process, I am also deeply concerned about the future consequences and vulnerabilities that are about to be imposed upon the municipality and the residents and communities we serve. The power Bill 325 gives to the minister will have lasting impacts. It will create uncertainty, not just today, but into the future. If our democratic processes can so easily be overtaken by the interests of a single government, with no consultation and little time for debate, we should all be worried about where we are headed next. To pass this bill in haste, without proper time for deliberation and consideration, or clear goals and outcomes, is simply irresponsible in terms of transparent, accountable, and trustworthy government. But let's get to the reason why we are here in the first place: housing. We all recognize we are in a housing crisis, but let's be clear, this crisis is not the result of development fees or permit approval processes. As it has been pointed out by many today, there are several contributing factors like labor shortages, supply chain issues, the limited capacity of our development community, lack of provincial housing strategy, a record number of newcomers to our province and city, and an outdated municipal fiscal framework. Do we need more housing? Yes. HRM is well aware of this and working hard to make way for future development that is well-planned, transit-oriented, and doesn't destroy the environment we rely on for everything from stormwater management to the health and well-being of our residents. Homelessness is not just about housing. It is also about the lack of access to mental health services, a justice system without adequate social supports, a lack of historical investment in supportive and subsidized housing, inadequate community services, employment supports, and income assistance programs. According to the 2023 CHMC rental market report, it is the low-income housing that is needed most. Vacancies for rentals affordable to low-income residents right now is between 0.6 and 0.8%. For those in the top income range, the rental vacancy is over 2%. A healthy A healthy rental vacancy is generally about 3%. So if you have the means, there isn't actually a housing crisis. It's really for those that are at the lower end of the income scale where housing is really needed. I ask, how will Bill 329 address this issue?
That's your time. I will ask members of the committee, as I've done with the previous presenters today, if we would like to allow the presenter to continue on. We would eat into the question time, but if we're agreeable, we'll allow her to continue. Okay. You still have 5 minutes to present, and when you're done, whatever's left in time, there might be time for questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I heard the Honourable John Lohr talk about Regent Park as a model of success. That is what inclusionary zoning is. New residential developments that include affordable housing units create mixed income housing. We now have inclusionary zoning thanks to the request from HRM, and we are currently working on the next steps. We all need to start working with more of our affordable housing partners like Habitat, the YWCA, ATSOM, Welcome Housing, Nova Scotia Housing Trust, even private sector housing suppliers like VITA and many others. It's important that we find ways to support the critical work that they are doing. We need to take a hard look at overhousing across the housing spectrum, including the impact the provincial tax cap has on housing mobility, as well as housing affordability for new homeowners and seniors looking to downsize. We need a provincial strategy that lays out goals for specifically how new units, affordable housing, and supportive and subsidized housing will address the different housing needs in our city and province. The recent announcements are a good first step, but only the first step. There's much more that can be done by the provincial government without treading on areas of municipal responsibility. HRM has been transforming over the past decade. Never before have we seen so much growth and development. Look around. It is happening despite the lack of support from the province. So please don't hobble HRM by freezing fees that are needed to support good growth and development. It is incredibly short-sighted. It's really important to understand that this is not just about density and more homes. It also needs to be about making great places to live for our residents today and tomorrow. The municipality Making great places to live is why the municipality asked the province in 2018 to enable a greater range of legislative abilities, such as the ability to enact parkland dedication requirements based on density to address development that does not include subdivision of land. Currently, we are still waiting for the approval of that request. Currently, a 30-story residential development does not contribute funding toward parkland, even though we know access to parks and green spaces is critical to making dense communities successful. Fees are not a money grab for the municipality. They exist for specific purposes that help us provide the services and programs necessary for a successful city. I'm going to stop there, so if there's any questions, but I want to thank you for having us here today and for listening to my concerns and thoughts.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and I will go to MLA Nicol with 2 minutes and 30 seconds for a question.
You know, my questions are always short and quick. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to define and elaborate more into your term of overhousing. What were you referencing?
Yes. Councillor?
So right now we have a number of people who are living in 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom houses where you have maybe 1 or 2 people living in those houses. When you talk to people in that situation, there's a reluctance to move into a downsized house because once you do that, their taxes will double or triple because of the tax cap scenario. So, you know, I think it's part of the puzzle that we need to look at, and it's called housing mobility. And you can look at StatsCan for that to see what our housing mobility is. So people aren't transferring homes from one to another like they used to. They're staying put. And I think this is contributing to part of our supply demand.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much for your time today, Councillor. Thank you. Moving on to our next speaker, Councillor Catherine Morris. Good morning and welcome. Afternoon, I guess. So you have the 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for follow-up, and after you introduce yourself and your district, we'll start the timer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Morris. I'm the City Councillor for District 10, which is the communities of Fairview, Clayton Park, and Rockingham. I'm here because I feel this bill is wrong in so many ways. I agree with my council and HRM colleagues that it's anti-democratic, contrary to good urban planning, and even harmful. In my view, Bill 329 is the wrong approach to the wrong problem and should be scrapped. It will do nothing to address the most urgent problem, which is the growing number of people who are unhoused in HRM, and it will do nothing to address the shortage of affordable non-market housing. An HRM report found there are 30,000 households under stress in our municipality because they are spending more than 30% of their income on housing, the definition of unaffordable. Many of these people who are struggling, paying more than they should be paying for their housing, live in my district. But I'd like to focus first on the most urgent part of the problem, which I think is the homelessness situation. 5 years ago in HRM, there were 18 people living on the street. This summer, the number of unhoused was 178. That number is expected to double next year as the recent announcement, although appreciated, of assistance in the form of tiny homes is already not enough. The government does not seem to understand the scale of the unhoused problem or the speed at which it's growing. The people sleeping in tents are only the most visible of the unhoused. Many more are sleeping in cars. They're sleeping in cars in my district. They're sleeping in the woods in my district where they're out of sight. Why is this happening? In my view, it's mainly because the social safety net in Nova Scotia has so many holes in it that people are falling through and ending up homeless. A report done by HRM found the unhoused are people with health issues, former youth in care, and a growing number of seniors. The province should concentrate on getting its own house in order, fixing the healthcare system, increasing social assistance to reflect the actual cost of living, subsidizing construction of new housing needed for seniors, students, and the disabled, and developing an integrated housing policy. Instead of looking at the whole problem and coming up with a coordinated policy approach, this government is blaming HRM and taking over city planning, an area where the province has no jurisdiction, expertise, or staff. This bill shows no understanding of the housing situation in HRM. It seems like those at the top are listening to the wrong people. HRM has already sped up building permits and approved thousands of housing units. You can just look around and see all the cranes and all the new buildings. This construction is needed and it is helping the overall housing supply, but it won't address the shortage of deeply affordable housing. The problem is not the speed of building permits or the cost of building permits, which you heard is still one of the lowest in the country. It is the type of housing being built. We are building condos and high-end rentals. In other OECD countries, governments finance and provide a significant percentage of housing targeted at those in need. In Nova Scotia and in much of Canada, we are almost totally reliant on private developers for our housing. Private developers are not charities. They are in it to make money, so they build the types of housing that are profitable. They can't make money on deeply affordable rental housing, so they don't build it. Developers have even told me if they want to build affordable rent-geared-to-income housing, they couldn't get a mortgage because the project would not make enough money to cover construction costs. The only way for deeply affordable housing to be built is if it's subsidized with public investments. A lot has changed in the last few years, and not just because of COVID. Wars and conflicts have impacted energy prices. Interest rates are higher. Labor and building materials cost more. We are in a new time and we need new solutions, especially if Nova Scotia intends to grow its population at the current rate. A growth strategy without an affordable housing strategy is a mistake, and we are seeing the effects of that mistake in the encampments and in the stress our families are under. When it comes to housing, the municipality's role is to ensure new developments are supported by appropriate infrastructure that will, in turn, support a good quality of life for our residents. It requires the expertise and teamwork of HRM's engineers, planners, and specialists. The provincial government is seizing control of housing development from HRM with no apparent strategy to build affordable housing or ensure the new developments fit their neighborhoods. This legislation and the province's takeover of urban planning will destroy the quality of life Haligonians expect and the quality of life that attracts new people to HRM. It will mean more people won't be able to afford to live in Halifax. It is a terrible bill, a terrible way to deal with HRM, and a terrible way to deal with the housing crisis in our growing city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll go to questions of members of committee. Do we have any questions at this time? Recognize MLA Hanson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Can you give me a sense of how HRM is feeling right now as a group of councillors? I just want to get a sense of feeling how you feel about this piece of legislation being brought forward without any consultation, without even a heads up or input.
Recognize Councillor Morris, please.
I'll just speak for myself. I'm furious and I'm hopping mad.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so very much for your time today.
Thank you.
And I don't think my mic was on for any of that, was it? Did you get that, or do I have to say it all? Okay. So I'm welcoming Councillor Mancini again. Recognize that you have 10 minutes to present. 5 minutes to present, 5 minutes for questions. If you exceed your 5 minutes in your presentation, that's just a few less minutes for questions. If you would identify your name for the record as well as your district, and once you're done that, I'll start your 5 minutes. Recognizing the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Mancini. I am the HRM councillor in District 6, which is in Dartmouth, which in fact is the best part of HRM. I do want to start with acknowledging my displeasure that I've lost 5 minutes. We were told 15 minutes, and to find out we're here, I'm not impressed, so the record show. I want to take a little different approach than my colleagues. I agree with my colleagues 100%, but in Dartmouth, the way we do things in Dartmouth is maybe a little more relaxed. Ideally, we should have this meeting at the Micmac Tavern, and I know every one of you in this room has been at the Micmac Tavern, and wouldn't it be nice if we're sitting down now with a 9 locks, a dirty blonde, and MLA Nickel has ordered her smelts, and we're having a conversation. That's how we should have a conversation. That's how we should be doing politics in Nova Scotia. The Premier has said that we have to do everything possible to make sure we have housing and build units. Well, I agree with him wholeheartedly. We should do everything possible. This is not it, though. This legislation is clearly an overstep. And as stated by the mayor and others, we have 11,000 units under permit. We have development-ready land over 200,000 units. In Dartmouth alone, I just did a quick calculation, either under construction, approved, or in the process of being approved, over 35,000 units in Dartmouth alone. We've never seen that kind of growth in Dartmouth ever. And we've reduced the average processing time. Have we made mistakes in the past? Have there been challenges when we're processing development and permits? Absolutely. But we've gone to the table and we've worked on that. We've hired more staff. We have improved our processes. We've added technology. And I think previous speakers have spoken to that. What's the reason for any delays in development? It's not the municipality. It's interest rates. It's lack of skilled labor. It's, supply chain issues. It's not the municipality causing a delay. It's not us. You know, this legislation, to give one person the ability to override, it's almost undemocratic. To look at, and this is no disrespect to Minister Lohr, he's a good man, and I think he has a big heart, as every one of us in this room. We all stepped up and put our name on a ballot because we care about this province, we care about this municipality. The minister is not even an MLA from the HRM. He's going to make decisions on housing and MLA, rather in HRM. His staff, what staff, planning staff do you have in the province? 4? I just confirmed, we have 90 planners and experienced planners. It just doesn't make any sense to put that power to one person. You know, and stopping density bonusing and inclusionary zoning. We have no way of directly helping with affordable housing. We just don't have that ability. The province does. One way of doing that is, you know, using density bonusing by putting aside for big development money that we can redirect to nonprofit groups so they can build affordable housing. Inclusionary zoning we've been asking for years, and we finally have given that's been given to us, and we yet to put it in place. And yes, that's frustrating. I ask our planning staff that's behind us tonight, why isn't that in place? And we should have had that in place by now. By this legislation, we're not even getting a chance to put it in place. It costs money to grow. If we're going to add all these people that we're adding, it costs money. We need money for Halifax water infrastructure. We need money for more transit, police, and fire. You know, freezing our permitting for the next couple of years, I can live with that. I understand that. But my fear is it's going to be beyond that. And if you freeze it beyond the next 2 years, as we continue to grow at the rate we're going to grow, well, guess what? How are we going to pay for that? Our taxes. Our residents' taxes will have to go up. You know, I've been asked to run provincially a number of times, and I'm honored and humbled to think I can bring value to the province. But each time I've said no. And you know why I've said no? The reason we're here today, this is terrible, this overstep. And I don't know how you folks do it, respectfully. I don't know how you do this job, because the people around this table know this is wrong. You know it's wrong. People around this table have actually sat in chambers, City Hall chambers, and you know this is wrong. And I know you wouldn't vote for this. You'd be outraged. But this is the system that we have. We toe the party line. Someone asked me the other day, how do you know that you made the right decision at council? Well, like you, we read the reports, we speak to staff, we speak to residents, we speak to the private sector if that's relevant, we speak to the councillor of that
30
area.
seconds.
And then for me, can I sleep at night? Well, I ask you, if you pass this legislation, can you sleep at night? Because we know this is wrong. You know, the Premier boasts about growth and having surplus funds, and he should boast, and we should celebrate that, absolutely. Where's that coming from? What's causing that? I will suggest to you that much of that is coming from HRM. We're the largest municipality in Atlantic Canada. We're the economic driver for the entire region.
And that's 5 minutes. Did you want to keep going, or would you like to take questions?
And so we're the economic driver for the region. So why wouldn't the Premier reach out to our mayor? The mayor had a hard time even getting an appointment with him. The mayor, the economic driver to the region. Why wouldn't the minister reach out to the mayor, or have his staff reach out to our senior staff that are sitting behind us, that you know, and it's some of the best planning staff in the country right here? Well, why wouldn't the minister reach out to do that? It just doesn't make any sense. This is not how we do politics in Nova Scotia. People come to Nova Scotia because many come because of Halifax. They come to Halifax. Why do they come to Halifax? They saw how we handle ourselves in the province during the pandemic. They saw that. People from around the world saw that and have come here because of how well we handled the pandemic. They come to Halifax because of, you know what, even though it's expensive to live here, it's still cheaper than Toronto and Calgary and Vancouver and Montreal. They come here because of a lifestyle. They bring their businesses here because of our great port, because of our airport, because of our great universities and college. They come here because we protect our green space. They come here because of a lifestyle. And when they come to Halifax, some will venture off to Yarmouth, some will venture off to Cape Breton, and other parts of the great province. Halifax drives them to here, brings them here. And we benefit from that, but yet the Premier doesn't reach out to our mayor. The minister doesn't reach out to our mayor or our senior staff. All of that is wrong. Imagine if we actually worked together. Imagine what we could do. I believe this is the best province in the country. I believe it's the best municipality in the country. And we're on that path and continue to be better. But imagine if we work together rather than having this conversation, rather than allowing this overstep. My ask here today is to pause. Take pause. You know, my frustration with the system and how you guys do things at the province, it is the system. But we should pause and have a conversation. If developers have gotten in the ear of the Premier and expressed concern, so be it. Let's have a conversation. Let's see if are those fears or those concerns legitimate. Have a conversation with our staff and work it out rather than an overstep. My concern is that, in all due respect to the minister, that you think about where you live right now. If you're living in HRM and all of a sudden a developer says, we're going to build across the street from your home a 32-story building. We're going to put it right up to the curb, and it's going to be a 1970s-style building. Now, that's the extreme. I understand that. But that's the potential of being an influence. Let's work together. Let's work together. I welcome you at the Micmac Tavern. I'll even invite the local MLA to show up so he can pay for the 9 locks. I thank you for your time. I really ask you to pause, take a moment. Let's work together. Imagine what we can accomplish for this great province and this amazing city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I do have one question. MLA LeBlanc, please.
So, thank you very much. You may know that we share some real estate.
We do.
And so I just want to pick, and you, but I just want to pick up on this last comment that you made about the 32-story building, because I'm thinking about our shared community of North Dartmouth, and I'm thinking about all the development that's going on there, and I'm thinking about places like Shannon Park that are about to be developed, or Ocean Breeze even. What do you see, like if this bill goes forward unchanged, I mean, what are the potential risks? We heard from your colleague Lisa Blackburn earlier about the risk of overloading that road in Beaverbank, especially considering wildfires and safety concerns and that kind of thing. You think about that little piece of beauty, which is Shannon Park, which could just be developed, you know, without willy-nilly. What are the risks there?
Councillor Mancini, 1 minute.
Thank you for the question. There are huge risks. You know, this morning I actually met with the federal minister that's responsible for Canada Lands, and we walked around Shannon Park to talk about the plans for there, and it's going to be amazing. It's going to benefit the community you talk about. However, you know, whoever buys that land for those units from Canada Land, that land, they could potentially change that strategy, and that's the risk, to ignore very good policies that have been established. And some of you have been at this table were there to help establish those policies, those planning policies. That's the concern. That is really the concern. Hopefully he never uses it, but I really hope that we don't go down that path and we really pause, get together, and then deal with those issues. Thank you.
And that's your time. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you. Merci.
We are putting this bill on pause for a few minutes. We have some speakers that will be presenting at 3 o'clock, so we'll revert back to Bill 329 at that time. We do have another speaker, so we'll move on to our another bill, which is Bill 321. I can't say this. Thank you. Acadien Provincial Act. And so we have 2 speakers for that. You gentlemen, please come up. Thank you. And welcome. I won't butcher your name because I'm terrible and I can't say names I should say. So you have 10 minutes to present to the committee. Once you identify yourself, if you could also identify if you're here representing a particular organization. You'll have 10 minutes to present to the committee, and then the committee will have 5 minutes to follow up with questions. So whenever you're ready, after you've introduced yourself, I'll start the timer.
Merci et bonjour pour tout le monde. I recognize a few around the table there. I'm Marcel Cotreau. I'm the president of the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial, and I'll let my colleague here, our directeur général, present himself.
Bonjour, my name is Michel Colette. I am the superintendent for the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial.
Thank you both very much, and whenever you want to start, I'll start the timer.
Well, dear members of the Nova Scotia Standing Committee on Law Amendments, we are here today to express our profound gratitude for the opportunity to discuss Bill 321, the Conseil scolaire acadien Act, and its implications for French first language education in Nova Scotia. As Superintendent and Board Chair of Conseil scolaire acadien provincial, all CSAP families, staff, and partners are honored to be the beneficiaries of this groundbreaking bilingual legislation, a first of its kind in Nova Scotia, and we are eager to share our insights and perspectives on its significance. The Conseil scolaire acadien Act, as detailed in Bill 321, represents a historic milestone in the evolution of education in Nova Scotia. This act has its roots in the collaborative efforts of a three-party committee formed by the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development of Nova Scotia and the Office of Acadian Affairs and the CSAP. The Act, as outlined in Bill 321, holds the promise of providing over 20,000 members of the school community access to a school system that not only meets their educational needs, but also ensures linguistic and cultural preservation. This act serves as a beacon of hope for those who value the French language, Acadian culture, and the rights and privileges enshrined in Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The commitment to quality education that respects the unique linguistic and cultural heritage of the Acadian and Francophone communities is a testament to the inclusivity and diversity of Nova Scotia's educational landscape. A tripartite committee comprising of representatives from the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, the Office of Acadian Affairs, and the CSAP was formally established in May 2022. Over the span of 5 months, its dedicated members labored assiduously and cooperatively to craft a comprehensive proposal that serves the best interest of all stakeholders involved and forms the basis of the bill we are discussing today. The foundation of this act fosters great cooperation between CSAP and EECD in various aspects, with particular emphasis on policies that directly influence matters related to the CSAP's language and culture. Moreover, it maintains the Programme des Écoles Publiques and allows for additional and distinct elements to be added to ensure that it is tailored to the specific linguistic and cultural needs of the CSAP school community. The purpose of this act, as outlined in the official legislative document, is twofold. A, the governance and administration of the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial, and B, the provision of publicly funded French first language education programs and services, respecting the rights and privileges guaranteed by Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I'll turn it over to our Directeur Général, Monsieur Colette, that will go on with the rest of the presentation here.
We would like to present our perspective on the significant impact that the Conseil scolaire acadien Act will have on the Acadians and Francophone communities in Nova Scotia and the broader educational landscape. We will also address certain key aspects of the Act. The Conseil scolaire acadien Act represents a momentous step forward for the Acadian and Francophone communities in Nova Scotia. This Act not only recognizes the cultural and linguistic diversity within our province, but also provides the necessary framework to protect and nurture these vital elements of our identity. This Act stands as a statement of the commitment of Nova Scotia to bilingualism and the preservation of our French Acadian heritage. It reinforces the importance of the French language within our education system, ensuring that future generations of Acadians have access to a robust French first language education. This act encourages greater collaboration between CSAP and EECD. It allows for more streamlined coordination in developing policies and resources that are tailored to the unique needs of French first language learners. This collaboration fosters a stronger partnership between CSAP and the provincial education authorities, ensuring appropriate and more integrated approach to education. The Act also explicitly aims to provide publicly funded French first language education programs and services that respects the rights and privileges guaranteed by Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This legal recognition is a significant step forward in protecting the rights of Acadian Francophone communities. As we discuss the Conseil scolaire acadien Act, it is essential to highlight some key aspects of the legislation that we believe are crucial to its success. The first, ministerial consultation. One of the pivotal and fundamental components of the Conseil scolaire acadien Act is the provision mandating the minister's consultation with the CSAP when crafting provincial policies that carry a direct impact on the Conseil. This requirement holds a profound significance as it serves as a linchpin to ensure the effective implementation of the Act's intent and objective. This clause, calling for the minister to actively engage in consultation with CSAP, is not merely a bureaucratic formality. It recognizes the unique nature of the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial and its role in shaping the educational landscape for the Acadian and Francophone communities within Nova Scotia. The Act's collaboration between the minister and CSAP in policy development is rooted in the acknowledgement of the specific linguistic, cultural, and educational needs of that the Conseil addresses. It underscores the importance of tailoring policies to these specific needs, ensuring that the voice of the CSAP and as a representative of the Canadian and Francophone community is heard and respected. The Act, in essence, envisions a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship between the minister and the CSAP. This partnership is poised to result in policies that are more responsive, more relevant, and more reflective of the aspirations and unique circumstances of the Acadian and Francophone students and communities served by CSAP. Through this collaboration, policies will be shaped by lived experiences, education expertise, and cultural richness brought by the CSAP community. This approach is in perfect alignment with the spirit of the Act and the broader objectives of linguistic and cultural representation. The requirement for ministerial consultation with CSAP stands as a fundamental pillar of the Conseil scolaire acadien Act. It underlines the commitment of Nova Scotia to prioritize the voices, rights, and aspirations of the Acadian and Francophone communities it serves. It is an embodiment of inclusive governance and in collaborative policymaking that will undoubtedly lead to policies more finely attuned to the need and goals of CSAP, fostering a stronger and more vibrant educational environment for all. The second is educational programming. A cornerstone of cultural preservation within comprehensive framework of the Conseil scolaire acadien Act is the prominence of educational programming. The Act explicitly stipulates that the Conseil shall not only provide educational programs and related services, but shall actively engage in activities that promote Acadian culture and the French language. This provision is not just a mere addendum, it stands as the cornerstone, firmly aligned with our core mission and values. The inclusion of this mandate is a resounding recognition of the dual role that CSAP plays, not only as an educational institution, but as a vital cultural and linguistic guardian. The Act acknowledges the dynamic nature of CSAP's mission, which extends beyond the conventional boundaries of education. It acknowledges our responsibility to nurture, safeguard, and perpetuate the rich heritage of the Canadian culture and the French language. By expressively emphasizing our role in promoting Acadian culture and the French language, the Act encapsulates the essence of our existence. We, as the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial, understand that our commitment extends beyond the confines of the classroom. We are cultural torchbearers, entrusted with the task of ensuring that the unique traditions, linguistic nuances, and historical legacies of the Canadian Francophone communities are not only preserved, but celebrated and passed on to future generations. It is through these activities, these vibrant cultural initiatives, and a commitment to language that we better ensure the continual preservation and flourishing of cultural and linguistic heritage. The Act challenges us not merely to be educators, but to be custodians of a rich and enduring legacy. It empowers us to foster a sense of belonging, identity, and pride among our students, instilling in them the knowledge, skills, and values that define the Acadian culture and the French language. Furthermore, the Act provides an enabling environment for CSAP
30 seconds.
to actively engage in these cultural and linguistic activities. It bolsters our capacity to create dynamic and immersive educational experiences that extend far beyond the confines of the textbooks. It is a mandate to infuse our curriculum with the cultural essence of our communities, fostering a love and appreciation for our heritage among our students.
Thank you both very much for your presentation. I'll go to MLA LeBlanc, who has a question, I think.
Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Ma famille est une part, je pense, de la communauté de CSAP, mais je suis désolée parce que je ne parle pas très bien en français. Alors, I'm going to ask my question in English. Sounds really good. And you know, like I said, my family and many of our friends and many of my constituents are part of the CSAP community, and anything that can strengthen that education, we're excited about. I also think, just quickly say that it's like upside down world, because this bill seems to have been made in direct collaboration with the government, as opposed to the other bill that we've been entertaining this morning, which seems to be completely opposite. But my question is for you, are you, how will, in your view, how will things like provincial, overarching provincial curriculum, for instance, let's just say, you know, September 30th, Truth and Reconciliation Day, or African Heritage Month, or so those kinds of curricular, provincial-wide curriculum, like those will be, will the CSAP be able to, you know, override, for instance, those types of things for, you know, things that are about Acadian culture, like that kind of, is there a, like, do you have to still implement all provincial curriculum ideas? And the second question is, with the inclusion report and the responsibility of the provincial government for inclusive education, is any of that responsibility being passed on to the CSIP, or is that still provincial responsibility that you do not have to worry about in terms of a school board?
We'll go to the presenter, and you have 2 minutes, Mr. Collette.
So this act does not change the minister's role in curriculum approval. So all curriculum that's developed in the province, be it CSAP or other, has to ultimately be approved by the minister. This act also speaks specifically to African Nova Scotians and Mi'kmaq communities, and does not supersede the importance of adding that to our curriculum. What I would say is, how do we give an Acadian lens to those communities, and including them in that conversation, of course. But in the end, the minister approves all curriculum, be it CSAP or other. So that's the first question. The second question on inclusive education. Inclusive education is a provincial policy. CSAP adopts it wholeheartedly. What this act does is it creates, when appropriate, mechanisms for consultation, especially regarding cultural and linguistic matters, from the department to the CSAP. Meaning that the CSAP would be at the table and having those conversations with government, with EECD, to ensure that the document that's produced has that Acadian lens to it. But it doesn't supersede the inclusion policy or other provincial policies that exist. Those still remain in the hands of the minister.
All right, and thank you both very much for your time. I appreciate your presentation. That is your time, and thank you.
Thank you.
So, members, we will be reverting back to Bill. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So we do need to have a motion to close the public hearing in regards to Bill number 321. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Thank you, MLA Craig.
Chair, I move that the presentations on Bill number 321, Conseil, scolaire, acadien, provincial act, amended, now be concluded.
Thank you very much. Motion on the floor. All those in favor signify aye. Those opposed, nay. And Councillor Craig, if you could have a motion to move that back to the House without any amendments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 321, Conseil, scolaire, acadien, provincial act, be reported back to the House without amendment.
Thank you. We have a motion. All those in favor signify aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And we'll move that forward. Thank you. Once again, reverting back now to Bill number 329, Halifax Regional Municipal Charter and Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act. We have representatives from the Halifax Water Commission. Do we have those with us? Perfect. Thank you both very much. I will allow you each to identify yourselves in just a second. You have 5 minutes to present with 5 minutes to follow up questions from members of committee. If you would like to go over your 5 minutes in presentation, we'll just reduce the amount of questions from committee members. So whenever you've completed identifying yourselves, I will start your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Chair, Honorable Ministers, MLAs, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tariq Al-Zabet. I'm the new CEO and General Manager for Halifax Water. 4 months on the job, so drinking from the fire hose, I guess. For that, I have with me my executive team today who will be also answering some of the questions. So I would let them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kenda McKenzie. I'm the Director of Regulatory Compliance Services with Halifax Water, and our team oversees the development application and application of development charges within the municipality.
Good afternoon. Heidi Shedler. I am the Director of Regulatory Affairs, Risk and Governance at Halifax Water, and also the Corporate Secretary and General Counsel.
Nice to see you all here today. I'll start your time now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Halifax Water and its more than 111,000 customers. Our purpose is to supply and safeguard sustainable, high-quality water services, which our employees take great pride in doing this every single day. Halifax Water is a publicly owned utility regulated by the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board and operates on a cost of service basis. We share the province and Halifax concerns about the housing shortage. We can all agree that more needs to be done and that we all have a role. This is why we sought and received approval from our Nova Scotia Utility Board to provide greater flexibility on deferral of certain charges for certain housing developments. It's our understanding that the intention of these amendments is to speed up the construction and volume of homes in HRM, but will directly impact our ability to meet demand through short and long-term planning for water and wastewater systems. We are working to do our part. However, Halifax Water is concerned about proposed amendments and the impact this will have on our ability to serve our customer classes. As currently drafted, these amendments will impact Halifax Water's ability to collect the appropriate fees and charges that facilitate Halifax Water wastewater and stormwater infrastructure needs. These proposed amendments have a much broader impact on the rates and fees levied by Halifax Water, specifically freezing regional charges for water and wastewater infrastructure. Halifax Water operates on a cost of service basis, or causers pay. This means we do not build any profit into our charges. So again, I want to repeat, we do not build any profit into our charges, but rather that we are recovering only those costs we expend. More importantly, we cannot alter or increase charges for one service to recover costs expended elsewhere because we simply are regulated by the utility board. We have no options to move money from one account to other because we are highly regulated. The current amendment will create an imbalance between our various customer classes and the associate drivers that factor into the cost who pays for these services. This has a significant consequences for all our customers, including the development community, which we pride ourselves, as I said, I came here new and I did my listening tour. And when we speak to the developers, they'll say, we wish a lot of other places are like Halifax were. During all the disaster, during all of that, we're on the pulse. We understand the developers' needs. We are at the inception phase. So we are already at that kind of heads front and center. The above and uncertainty around densities and growth rates will significantly impact our update to the infrastructure master plan to support growth and the integrated resources plan, which basically covers the utility projected resource requirement and our financial modeling for the 30 years. So basically, we plan 30 years ahead. We have a 5-year iteration, and we look into all of the development, whether it's new or coming down the road in the pipeline. We are more than willing to sit with the staff, the provincial staff, to propose suggested language to achieve this without potentially impacting other customer classes. Halifax Water is committed to working collaboratively with the province and HRM to benefit our customers. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. There's still a minute to go. Okay, we have questions, and I'll go to MLA Jessam, please.
Thank you, team, through the chair, for your presentation here today. Am I hearing you that no new charges can be levied because of this, or no increases can be made because of this legislation? Does that mean current Halifax Water customers will be responsible to foot the bill to recover the cost of Halifax Water's operation?
Presenter, please.
Through you, the chair, to the MLA. As the amendments are currently written, they will freeze our current development rates that we have in place. And and we cannot introduce any new charges. So if a new development area was to come online right now, we cannot introduce a new capital cost contribution charge for them. So we have planned to do a general rate application in 2024. We have not done the financial analysis to see what implications that this current amendment would have on the general rate base. But as our principles are before the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board, we have to try and assign the cost to the cost, cause, or pay. So we do not want one customer class to subsidize another customer class. So we have not done that detailed analysis on whether there would be any trickle down to the general rate base, but it would be our intentions to try and avoid that, but we don't know.
MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was just clarifying some things as well. I'm glad you clarified that, because what I heard was, Halifax Water plans 30 years ahead and really kind of like adapts as you need to throughout that time, but also working in tandem with the municipality to really make sure that the infrastructure can be upheld so that we can have what we have. So ducks in a row is really important, and I from what I'm hearing with this piece of legislature over our time sitting here is that there's a lot of ducks missing from the row in which we need to make sure that things are done properly so that our infrastructure can hold up what it is that we need to rush housing with right now. So my question is, which was already about freezing, about the cost, So it would mean that potentially, if the amendments, I mean, if the legislation goes forward, there would be a cost to customers over the period of time until, said legislation is changed.
Presenter?
Through you, Chair, to the MLA. With the regional development charges, that's one charge that we have in place, and that was mentioned in the press release. If the freeze is passed on that charge alone, assuming a 2% CPI over the next 2 years, which is probably a low estimate, the shortfall that would come to that charge would be $2 million for water and wastewater. When we do our analysis on what the charges would be for the other connection charges that are contained within our regulations, we don't have that number yet, but we do have to look at what that might mean to the future rate base. And we do collaborate, as you noted, with municipality on their regional plan, wanting to know where growth is going to happen so that we can plan the infrastructure properly and make sure it's there to support development when development needs it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go to MLA Craig, please. MLA Craig, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome. Doctor, congratulations on your current position, and I'm sure you do as well as the previous CEO, Kathy O'Toole, and before her, Carol Yates. So I go back quite a way in this. Mentioned in the opening that it's a publicly owned facility, and unless something's changed, the sole owner is HRM, and you're very integrated with the business planning there, so much so the budgets are developed and approved by the board and recommended to HRM Council for approval. So there's a very good tie between the municipality and the utility, and correct me at any time if I'm wrong in what I'm saying. In this, I've noted over the years that there's a lot of co-engineering, especially when it comes to refurbishment, upgrading of streets, which might be the case in new developments. You might require that, but also street development and working with engineering of Halifax Water so that there could be co-shared spending, if you will, expenditures to do that. My question is, how do you see, at this point, how this legislation might impact the business relationship between Halifax Water and HRM?
So I will go to the speaker. You have like 15 seconds.
Oh, dear.
So as quickly as you could, within 15 seconds, I'll go to the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, to the MLA. So I think some of the co-engineering that you're speaking of is on our capital budget programming, where we try and coordinate capital jobs. This starts to, when we look at the amendments, is focused more on the development charges. And those charges are borne by the development community, are intended to be borne by the development community. Our capital projects are borne by the rate base. And so it's, when we set our charges and our rates and our budgets and our capital planning, we have to get approval by the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board, and we have to ensure that the costs are assigned to the person receiving the benefit and the person generating the cost to the utility. And sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much. That is your time. So thank you all very much. Moving on to our final presenter in regards to Bill 329, it would be Peter Pauley, please.
He is here.
Is he present? Hi. Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome. So as per the other speakers, you have 5 minutes to present with 5-minute follow-up questions from MLAs. If your presentation goes a little bit longer and you're okay with that, we'll shorten the question period at the end, but you have the 10 minutes. So if you can identify yourself for the record, and then as soon as you're done doing that, we'll start your time.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm just wondering where, I believe I'm the only housing provider that's speaking here today. If I could be indulged with just a little bit more time to try to run through my presentation.
Let's see how you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and other members of the committee, my name is Peter Pauly. I'm the owner of the Polycorp Group of Companies. I've appeared before the Law Amendments Committee several times in the last number of years. I would be one of the more vocal or outspoken members of the local development community. For the past 30 years, our company, Polycorp, has built residential housing, both for sale and for rent, in the north end of Halifax, downtown Halifax, Bedford, Armdale, Spryfield near Long Lake, and in the Annapolis Valley in Wolfville. Unlike many of your witnesses, elected councillors, staff, activists, etc., I have actually experienced building housing, and in many cases, affordable housing. Unlike many of the politicians and bureaucrats who have appeared before this committee today, I have, to use a favorite term, lived experience in building housing. One of the major reasons we are in a housing crisis today in Nova Scotia is because of government. Government at the provincial, federal, and municipal levels have not made housing a priority. All political parties and all levels of government are guilty and responsible for this failure. By and large, governments at all levels have collectively done a terrible job of acting on the advice from professionals like myself in the industry. Hearing HRM complaining about lack of consultation is quite rich. Based on my own experience, as I told Law Amendments during the review of Bill 225 a year ago, HRM doesn't engage in a meaningful consultation with the people and businesses who actually build housing. Most of my colleagues in the development industry won't speak out on this because they don't want to be punished by HRM for speaking out. Make no mistake, there's not enough money in the world to solve the housing crisis through new investment in public and not-for-profit housing. Yes, more should and can be done to support public and nonprofit housing, but the only way that we're going to solve this housing crisis is with new housing construction done by the private sector. The last few years have not been easy for the development of new housing units in Nova Scotia, in Halifax in particular. Yes, the development industry has faced unprecedented run-ups in material and labor costs. Yes, we have faced simultaneous material and labor shortages. COVID and its aftershocks have wreaked havoc on project scheduling and supply chains. Interest rates have tripled in the last 2 years. Interest rates are now basically double the level they've been for most of the past 10 years. All of these factors, however, shouldn't be used as excuses for governments to do nothing. They are all the reason for government to do much, much more to support private sector housing to get houses built. The status quo is broken in Halifax. That is why I supported earlier efforts by the Nova Scotia government to take a more active role in housing approvals. It's why I support the federal government to take a more active role with Halifax City Council, and it's why I support Bill 329. On Thursday, Mayor Mike Savage said we have a math problem in terms of housing. He said we don't have a city problem. As an active developer of multiple forms of housing over the past 30 years, I can confirm that we do, in fact, have a city problem. City problems that Halifax Regional Council and staff have failed to fix. City problems that need intervention by the province. Let's start with city problem number one, HRM planning. Our company has a project in Spryfield that we're trying to get off the ground and have been for several years. It's 140 acres of fully serviceable land located entirely within the HRM sewer and water services boundary. One of the largest parcels of land in all of HRM that has consolidated ownership and all within the sewer and water boundary. We're directly uphill from the Herring Cove sewage treatment plant with direct gravity flow all the way. You know what they say runs downhill. This is arguably the best site in all of HRM to establish a medium-density, large-scale community. We're surrounded on three sides by 10,000 acres of crown land and wilderness. We have decent bus service there today. We want to develop a net-zero community there in low-rise buildings with rooftops covered in solar panels when and if the province ever passes regulations that will let us do so. At a moderate population density of 25 people per acre, it should be on the way to becoming a community for 3,000 plus people. Imagine a community where new healthcare workers, students, immigrants, seniors, young families could be living side by side at an affordable or attainable rent. Instead, the land is lying fallow, zoned for large lot single-family homes. Meetings and discussions with HRM staff occur at 3-month intervals approximately, after many phone calls and emails to organize and plead for meetings to try to move things forward. Every email or phone call requires multiple follow-ups just to get a response. Even a professional acknowledgement that a communication was received and the response is forthcoming is better than no response at all.
Mr. Pauly, you're at your 5 minutes. If you would like to keep going and reading, that's your choice. It may take away from the questions of the group.
Okay, I'll try to go as fast as I can. Thank you. We're bounced back and forth like a tennis ball between different staff at HRM planning silos that operate separate from each other, with each one pointing the finger at the other sub-department within the planning department. At the end of the day, we are told that if we want to make a planning application to develop anything other than large lot single-family homes, so this would be $1 million plus homes, we are told that HRM staff will recommend strongly against it. Instead, we are told that we should, if we want to build rental apartments, we need to and should wait for HRM's suburban plan. We are told that by approximately 2028, if all goes well, the suburban plan will be in place. Please hold till 2028. Doesn't sound like we're in a crisis. HRM has recently approved an RFP for a consultant to help start the process to develop the suburban plan. Does any of this sound like HRM is acting like we are in a housing crisis? Remember that HRM's much touted center plan took 15 years to be approved. I know, I lived through it. And we wonder why we have a housing crisis in the city and increased homelessness. City problem number 2, density bonusing and inclusionary zoning. Despite repeated attempts in HRM's lengthy center plan process, industry could not engage in a meaningful conversation with HRM staff when the density bonus concept was proposed. One HRM staff person told me, and I quote, "I'm a planner. I don't know anything about economics, and economics is not part of my job." Great. Planning done in a vacuum with no consideration for economic reality. HRM's bonus density in the center plan is not a bonus at all. Let's call it for what it is. It's a tax on housing development. Even after center plan was passed, industry was assured that it would be revisited so that builders that are actually including affordable housing in their projects would get a waiver on the density bonus fee. 5 years later, that hasn't happened. Funding not-for-profits with the density bonus revenue has some value, perhaps, but it doesn't support the construction of affordable housing units by the private sector. In fact, I'll give you a better example of why Bill 329 is needed on density bonusing. In April 2023, HRM inserted an interim bonus density in its mainland south bylaw. Nobody consulted me on this change. Nobody consulted with the Urban Development Institute, our industry association. I found one other developer that was aware of it. They complained about the change, but HRM, as is often the case when builders identify problems, did nothing. Talk to the hand is normally how it goes. This change alone will add millions of dollars in added costs to our project in Spryfield when and if we're ever able to get it off the ground. These are costs that need to be recovered from our future residents. And yet HRM complains about lack of consultation by the province. I think it's pretty funny. Thankfully, Bill 329 ensures that new density bonusing or inclusionary zoning schemes don't add to the cost of building rental units. But Bill 329 doesn't go far enough. It should actually wind things back to deal with the changes in the building permit increases that took place earlier this year. Increases, HRM staff at the time said that the building permit fees had not increased in years. When in actual fact, the building permit fees are based on construction costs, and where construction costs have tripled, building permit fees has increased dramatically. Problem number 3, HRM costs. Sorry, just getting confused trying to rush this. So we should wind the clock back and deal with the interim density bonus fees that were brought in April 2023. In terms of Halifax Water, that would take an hour or two just to hit the high points on it. The government should direct the UARB to do an investigation why we don't have an aggressive water conservation program that would reduce or eliminate the requirement for the RDC fees. We would be better to have members of the development community paying money to give people free toilets to reduce the flow instead of spending hundreds of millions of dollars on infrastructure that we don't actually need to support growth.
All right, that's time. Thank you, sir. What I will do is, we do have your presentation here, so we'll make sure that that's captured in the record as well as forwarded to the minister as well. So,
okay.
And that's your 10 minutes. Thank you very much for coming today. Okay, that concludes our presentations on bill number 329. I don't know who I saw first, but I think I'll recognize MLA Nicol first because I know that I missed her on one time. So MLA Nicol.
Well, I just wanted to make some remarks with regards to the process here today. That was very limited in the dialogue to have. There was many times when I had my hand up to ask questions and time didn't provide it. So I wanted to put that on the record that it was disappointing. And I had a question for Mr. Poley, but I wasn't able to ask that either. So I just wanted to have it on the record that this process, I mean, it's one thing to have law amendments, but 5 members versus 4 members and putting amendments forward would be a waste of time. But I appreciate everybody that showed up today and their passion and trying to get an understanding and to sort of see that city building, to Mr. Poley's point, it's growing a municipality the size of PEI and trying to sort of manage that all in its entirety. So I just wanted to be on public record and say that it's unfortunate that proper discourse wasn't carried on here today.
So before I go to the other 2 MLAs I am going to ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to close public hearing? This is just to close the public hearing. Is your motions?
Yeah,
before we close this public.
Yeah. It should take place before you.
Okay, I'll recognize MLA Jessam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, we heard from a number of presenters today that spoke favorably about certain elements of the government's bill. We also heard a number of calls for more thought and more consultation to be involved in the creation of the bill that's before us. We saw and heard testimonial from at least one presenter today that alluded to the constructive back and forth that took place between the municipality and the federal government to come up with a solution that worked.
So MLA Jessam, if I could, I'm going to ask to close the public hearing. At that time, we can have a discussion on whether or not we close it. And then once it's closed or not closed, we'll have a discussion on what to do with the bill. So if I could move just to ask somebody to close the public hearing process, we'll then go debate on that, okay? So do I have a motion to close public hearing? So I have a bill, I'd recognize MLA Sheehy Richard to close public hearing on Bill 329.
I move that presentations on Bill number 329, Halifax Regional Municipal Charter amended and Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act amended be closed at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to debate on this, so I'll go and recognize MLA Jessam to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To summarize, I think that there's an opportunity for constructive feedback. Obviously, at a glance, this has further damaged the relationship between the province of Nova Scotia and the HRM municipality, and by proximity, other municipalities across the province. I believe that there would be an opportunity to, at the very least, allow for regional council to convene to have a discussion amongst their team to offer submissions, constructive submissions to improve the status of this bill. So I move that we amend the motion on the table to close. I think this is procedurally. I would move that we amend the closure of debate on this until, you know, 6 months, or I don't know what's appropriate, but honestly, just to allow for council, show them enough respect that they can convene, have a discussion, and then provide further submissions to the Law Amendments Committee that would bolster this effort and you know, put a better foot forward than what we've got in front of us today. If I need to tighten that up, then we can pause. I can, you know,
So for clarification, there's a motion on the floor to close public hearing. You're putting a motion on the floor to defer, amend the motion to defer it. So we have a motion to defer closing the public hearing in regards to Bill 329. On that amendment, I would call for a question. All those in favor signify aye. Aye. Those opposed? Aye. Okay. So going back to the original motion, which is to close public hearing on Bill 329, I'll recognize MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest, and I think this is exactly what my colleague was suggesting, is that maybe we take everything that we heard today from all sides and actually move it back to the department to have them have a robust look at this and take in the information, consult with the planners and everyone else that may have some input on this piece of legislation, and move it back and revisit it another time.
So if I could respectfully, what we'll do is then we'll, unless there's an amendment or something to the motion that's on the floor, we'll vote on that. And then the next motion I'd be asking for is to have it referred back to the House. So maybe we could bring forward an amendment at that time to defer it or to extend. So we can vote on it now if you want, but
I think, you know,
I'm sorry, MLA Hanson.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's value to that. I understand that. I'm hoping that it doesn't go back to the House and then we have to go through amendment process that way, because I think what we've heard today is telling us that we need to do our work. We need to do some more work on this. So I just want to be able to, I don't know, defer it back to the department so that they can do some work on it and consult with the municipality on their concerns and maybe come up with a better idea.
So if it's okay, what I'll do is we'll continue this motion that's on the floor. When the next motion comes forward, I'll come back for you to put a motion, okay? Deferral. So the motion, bill number, to close public hearing on bill number 329, all those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. I would ask for a motion to have this referred back to the House. MLA Sheehy-Richard.
I move that bill number 329, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter amended and Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act amended be reported back to the House without amendment.
I do know that we do have some debate on this particular one, and I will recognize MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to amend that motion so that it will go to the department and not to the House.
Okay. we have a amendment moved on the floor that this be referred to staff versus back to the House. Do we have any discussion on that motion? MLA Burrell?
The dominant note, chord that has been sounded through this afternoon of consideration of this bill has been to the effect that it is it's undemocratic and unneeded, and from the point of view of the ostensible goal, housing, it is unhelpful. Therefore, I think it's reasonable for us to conclude out of these presentations that what is required is for the bill to return to the department to take advantage of an opportunity to reconsider and to improve a very flawed piece of legislation. That's so I'm very much in favor of the point that MLA Hanson has made, that the bill needs to go not to the House but to the department.
Thank you, MLA. I'll recognize MLA Jessam in regards to the motion.
Yeah, I would just say that if the effort is to direct the bill back to staff, that there needs to be consultation with HRM to bolster the bill and what we're trying to do here. I mean, ultimately, I don't see how this specifically helps, you know, improve the situation if we've got 11,000 houses laying and waiting to be built. I have concerns. And to Councillor Blackburn's point, you know, this is dangerous what we're doing. Make no mistake about it. So if we don't have a specific element to the bill to move forward with that demonstrates an intention to cater to public safety, then this isn't good enough. So this needs to go back to the department with the caveat that consultation needs to take place, and frankly, in the interest of public safety, because what we're doing is not safe.
Thank you, MLA. I believe I have one more. I'll recognize MLA Nicol, please, on the motion to refer back to staff.
So to go back to staff is exactly what I would like to see, because at the end of the day, we've heard from the public. I've gone through this process for decades, and there's provincial staff in the room taking notes, but we have no idea what they are considering. And then we have this governing body sitting around this table, a lot of us on this side anyway, with some concerns on the bill, but what are our options, and what, as chair, are you offering us as a means of addressing what we heard today? I'm asking that of the chair.
So there's a motion on the floor, and so we'll vote on the motion and see how the motion goes. Or the amendment, I'm sorry. Any other speakers on the amendment? Okay, then I would like to call for amendment that, vote on the amendment, that the bill be referred back to staff. All those in favor signify aye.
We would prefer a recorded vote, Mr. Chair. Yes.
So we do have a request for a recorded vote, so we can do that. I'll go around the table, and starting with the government side, and this would be on the amended motion to refer to staff. I'll start with MLA Craig, please.
No.
Thank you. MLA Dunn?
No.
MLA Sheehy-Richard?
No.
MLA Harrison?
No.
Sorry, Larry. MLA Burrow?
Yes.
MLA Hanson?
Yes.
MLA Jessam?
Yes.
MLA Nickel,
Yes.
and I would be a no, so that would fail. So going back to the original motion that is on the floor, which is to refer back to the House without amendment, all those in favor signify aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. Thank you. All right, so we have one more bill we need to do. This would be bill number 323, the Regulated Health Professionals Act. I believe we have one presenter who will be presenting virtually. Do we, I'm not quite sure if we have that. 2 minutes? Two presenters, okay.
Two presenters together.
Yes. I'm just waiting to see if we have our presenters on screen. I know that they are presenting virtually. Hi, how are you? We don't have an audio yet, though. Did you want to test audio?
Can you hear me?
We can now, yeah, and you're hearing me okay, obviously?
I can, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming in today, for Zooming in. It's a great option that we've been able to do, so it works well. Just before you start, I would, we're speaking on bill number 323, the Regulated Health Professionals Act. You'll have 15 minutes total, which is 10 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes follow-up questions from committee members. So what I would do before you start, though, if you could identify yourself as well as the organization that you're representing, and then as soon as you've done that, we'll start your 10 minutes for presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ryan Baxter. I'm a partner at the law firm of McGuinness Cooper, and I represent the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network. Joining me this afternoon is the chair of the network, and I'll have him introduce himself.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Carl Kowalczyk. I'm the chair for the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network and the executive director and registrar with the College of Paramedics in Nova Scotia.
Welcome, gentlemen, and whenever you're ready, I can start your timer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do want to pass on regrets for two individuals. My law partner, Marjorie Hickey KC, unable to join us here this afternoon, as well as the executive director of the network, Jennifer Hemian.
Just before you do start, I do have a request from a few members that maybe, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to say the last name correctly, but Carl, they're suggesting that you may want to adjust your camera just a tad bit. So, and with that, I'll let you start. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. You can't build a lasting home without a strong foundation. Equally, you can't build an effective regulatory regime without adequate and comprehensive regulation. The network is created by statute as the body that brings together 21 health professions in the province. These professions and the network itself supports and shares the objectives of Bill 323, the Regulated Health Professions Act. The network sees the bill overall advancing 4 primary objectives, and I'll run through each of those briefly. The first being that the bill will achieve consistency across the regulation of health professions in Nova Scotia. Second, it will modernize many of the statutes that haven't been updated for many years to reflect the current expectations of regulators. Third, it will improve the transparency and accountability of regulators to the public. And fourth, It will utilize resources efficiently to ensure professions of all sizes benefit from consistent, effective regulation. To the network, these are very important objectives, and the network is pleased to see progress is being made through the introduction of this act. Indeed, the network has had the opportunity to work closely with government over the past few years, and to work closely with the Department of Health and Wellness, which has consulted with the network regarding the concepts it intended to include in this legislation. The network has provided considerable feedback to the Department of Health and Wellness on these concepts. The network, to be clear, appreciates that the department consulted with it. The network must note, however, that consultation on concepts, that's very different from being able to see and review specific sections and wording of the proposed legislation. This bill, as the honorable members will know, it's a lengthy one. I printed it this afternoon. It's 63 pages printed. It's complex. It impacts 21 existing health regulators in Nova Scotia. It will require amendments to 46 separate statutes. This legislation presents a generational opportunity to improve how the regulation of health professions operates in this province. It is important to do this. This must be done, but it is more important to get it right. The framework of this legislation is such that the Regulated Health Professions Act is the foundational act under which all health professions will be regulated through a series of regulations, some that will apply to all professions, and some regulations that will apply to only particular professions. These regulations, we anticipate, will unfold over the next 3-year period. Now, these regulations will only be as good as a statutory foundation that permits the regulations to be made. And as we all know, regulations cannot override a statute. Regulations cannot fix errors or irregularities in a statute. Mr. Chair, only a small number of the sections of this act are intended to come into effect on royal assent. The bulk of the provisions will take years to take effect and will only happen after regulations are made. So the network is left wondering why the rush. It is critical that the 21 regulated health professions that will be impacted by this legislation are afforded a reasonable opportunity to properly review, analyze, and consider whether the provisions as drafted will indeed enable the type of regulatory regime that is contemplated and that is supported by the network. In that regard, time has not been our friend. This legislation was introduced on Thursday of last week. Network participants have had 1 business day to consider it. This is simply not sufficient in the context of such impactful legislation. Now, while the legislation is modeled after the Nursing Act, which of course was designed for nurses, and while many of the sections of the Nursing Act are transferable to other regulators, some simply may not be. And time has simply not permitted consultation with each regulator to determine which provisions may not be directly transferable. Accordingly, the network's main ask today is to give the time that is needed by the network and each of its regulators to address this complex legislation in a way that will enable it to fulfill its objectives and indeed the government's objectives. 1 business day is simply not enough. Now, this matter is further complicated by the fact that the National Conference for Professional Regulation is happening currently in Vancouver. A number of representatives of many regulators are in attendance in person and unable to participate in the law amendments process today. As honorable members will recall, during the law amendments process for the Patient Access to Care Act, a number of regulators did present and make submissions to this committee. That opportunity, unfortunately, cannot be realized as many of the regulators are out of the province. That further suggests the need for an additional opportunity for submissions to this committee. We want to make sure that this legislation is as good as it can be, and indeed as good as it needs to be, given the number of professions that will be impacted by it. And I just want to offer a few brief examples to show that further time and work is needed. And with my submissions, the network has submitted an appendix which outlines a number of drafting errors and irregularities, in addition to questions and comments that the network has and urges the committee to consider. With respect to specific provisions, subsection 62 sub 3 sub A permits students to practice without any form of licensing whatsoever, as long as the student's school has authorized such practice. Now that works for nursing, and that's in the Nursing Act, but we have not had time to canvass all members of the network to determine if that works for each of the other 20 professions in Nova Scotia. And indeed, it's a significant delegation of authority for a regulator to say that if a school permits, a student can engage in practice. The network needs to ensure, and it has a responsibility to the public of Nova Scotia to ensure, that there are no unintended consequences or risks to the public regarding a provision of this nature. Another example, Mr. Chair, is found in subsection 103 sub E. This relates to decisions that are rendered by the Professional Conduct Committee of the regulators, which is an adjudicative hearing process. This provision of the Act requires that committee to issue its decision in writing within 30 days of the conclusion of the hearing. Matters that reach the professional conduct stage invariably are complex. They often involve questions of law, including the application of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Some hearings last a day, while others last several days, weeks, or even months. Committee members that serve on this committee usually also occupy full-time professionals, positions as health professionals. 30 days is not a realistic time frame in the circumstances. We point these out as examples where the network believes more time is needed to look at these individual sections, to collaborate and to consult between regulators and the department. Network members are prepared to work quickly with the department to improve these areas of legislation before the end of the legislative session, as well as to review and correct several other discrete sections of the legislation that we simply have not had the time to address here this afternoon. Good legislation is made from collaboration. Good legislation is made from consultation. The network supports the objectives of the Act, and several regulators are already working on initiatives to achieve the exact same initiatives. However, additional time is needed to ensure that this new legislative framework will work for all regulators and will benefit and protect the public. The network is certain that there will be unintended consequences if this bill is passed without consideration of the amendments proposed, and we urge government to take the time necessary now to get this right, to ensure that the public will be protected by this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. And you did go a few seconds over. I allowed that to continue 10 seconds or so. So we'll now go to questions of committee members, starting with MLA Burrell, please.
Thank you. Mr. Baxter, in your view, what would be the framework of time that would be required in order to accomplish the adequate consultation you're saying is missing?
Mr. Baxter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the MLA, Mr. Burrell, thank you for the question. We're not interested in unnecessary delay. There is an urgency to get this legislation through and approved. The network recognizes that, but we do need more than one business day to properly inform our position on the legislation and to consult. A number of weeks or months, as I say, we're prepared to do it before the end of this legislative session.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for your presentation and your time today, and we thank you for dialing in. Thank you very much.
Thank you for accommodating virtual appearance.
So I would ask now for a motion from members to close the public hearing in regards to Bill 323, Regulated Health Professions Act. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? I'm just looking for a motion to close.
The other person isn't talking?
No, they were together. Yeah. Motion to close public hearing. MLA Sheehy-Richard.
I move that presentations on bill number 320, oops, I'm in the wrong act here, hold on.
323.
323, the Regulated Health Professionals Act, be closed.
We have a motion to close the public hearing in regards to Bill 323. All those in favor signify aye. If it's specific to whether or not we close the public hearing, if there's a motion. Okay, so which is it? Is this, I will recognize MLA Jessen, please.
I move to amend the motion to allow for a week so that we could continue the Law Amendments Committee for this bill on Monday of next week, to allow for the representatives for the regulated professions that are presently out of province to make submissions to this committee. Again, we've heard from Mr. Baxter. They're willing to expedite things and get things through the session. I think it's more than reasonable that we allow for those that are out of province today to make a constructive and valuable presentation to this committee. So I think it would be short-sighted for us to move through this part of the process before we have a wholesome, fulsome representation of those that are going to be applying the legislation.
Thank you, MLA. So we have an amendment to the motion. The amendment is to defer the closing of the public hearing by a week. Any discussions? All those in favor signify aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. So on the original motion to close the public hearing in regards to Bill 323, Regulated Health Professionals Act, all those in favor to close the public hearing signify aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Looking for a motion to refer this bill back to the House. MLA Sheehy-Richard.
I move that bill number 323, Regulated Health Professionals Act, be reported back to the House without amendment.
Thank you. I have a MLA Hanson. I'll recognize on debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make an amendment on that particular motion so that the regulators can have some time to collaborate and consult with each other to be able to really add to the robust piece of legislation. So I would like for us to amend that and take it back so that they can be able to take a look at it and amend it.
So the amended motion on the floor would be to have it not go back to the House, but to go to staff?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify aye. Or the amendment, thank you, MLA Burrell. All those in favor of the amendment signify aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. On the original motion, I would recognize MLA Burrell.
Order, Mr. Chair, I think you need to declare the amendment either carried or defeated before we can proceed.
Thank you very much. So that would be defeated. So those on the original motion on the floor signify aye. 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 Those opposed? Nay. Thank you. That is carried. Thank you, everyone. And that concludes today's Law Amendments Committee. Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon.